Good night. Can we kindly stand so that we can play the national anthem, please? At this time, I would like you to continue, remain standing as I invite Miss Tony Moore just to say a prayer.
Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer this evening as we invoke God's presence. Hallelujah. Our Father who art in heaven, we acknowledge you as God, hallelujah, and as our supreme being. Father, we thank you that is in you that we live and we move and we have our being. We thank you for your enduring mercies, Lord, through the year 2025 and into the year 2026. And Father, we thank you that we can do nothing without you, but we can do all things through you, who strengthens us. Father, in the name of Jesus, as we gather here in your presence, we invite you into our midst, Father. We invite you into our hearts. We thank you, Lord, for the friends of democracy that you have chosen, that you have called to be the doorkeepers and the gatekeepers to this nation of Barbados. Father, we pray that you endow them with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in the mighty name of Jesus. Help them to walk in integrity, Lord, uprightness and holiness in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, we pray that you will not only give them wisdom, but they will walk in humility, Father, in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, we decree and declare, Lord God, that the gates of opportunity, the gates of favor, the gates of provision are open unto them, Father, in the mighty name of Jesus. As they go forth to do great exploits in your name, we ask you to bless them, Lord God. Father, we decree and declare that every resistance and opposition coming against them is nullified in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Father, go before them as a cloud of pillar by day and a fire by night. Father, we ask, oh God, that you endow them with excellency of spirit, Father, in the mighty name of Jesus. For no weapon formed against them shall prosper. Father, Lord, you said in your word, hallelujah, God, that the people who know you shall be strong and do great exploits. They will not go in their own strength, but they will go in your strength, Lord God. We thank you for them. We thank you for their supporters. Father, continue to build them and equip them in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. I decree and declare that they shall not lack and they shall not want. And Father, as they go out and serve the community, Father, and you entrust them with the people, hallelujah, Father, I pray, oh God, that they will bless the people for your name, God, and that this nation shall return to righteousness and holiness. Bless and keep them and everyone that supports them and surround them. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Come into this meeting this evening. Have your way in our midst, oh God. We nullify everything else that is not of you, Father. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen and amen.
Wow. That was powerful. I don't know about you guys, but I almost felt like I was in church. Well, you can take a seat. Welcome, welcome, welcome tonight, people of Windsor, residents of Windsor, welcome tonight. Oh man, tonight is going to be powerful. I told the residents up to yesterday, we had a chat with them, that tonight is going to be powerful. For those who don't know, my name is Jason Boyne, and I'll be chairing the meeting. And I just want to talk a little bit in terms of friends of democracy, because some persons are still saying that they've never heard about it before. But yet there's still a lot of persons who are also saying that they've been hearing the buzz, and the word is definitely out there. So for those who don't know, Friends of Democracy is a people-centered movement. They tend to call us a fledgling party, but to be honest, I've not seen any new party that have made the impact that we have made, and I think you can give yourself a round of applause for that. You can do better than that. I don't think that there's any new party within a year that has made the level of impact that this party has made. And it has tremendous leadership. Talking about leadership, I just want to acknowledge some of the executive committee. We have Madam President here sitting at the front. I believe that I saw the first vice president around, Ricardo Harrison. Where are you? He's hiding. We also have Andwele Williams, Laker, second vice president. I can hear him out in the car. I believe that we also have Matthew, who is the fourth vice president who will be speaking. Third, my correction, sorry. Thank you. We have Matthew who will be coming shortly. And there are some others, and I want to acknowledge for sure Mr. Steve Blackett, who's the general secretary. He's been putting a lot of work behind the scenes. I know that a lot of persons may not have been seeing him actually in front of the screen, but trust me, he is working definitely hard behind the scenes. Gentlemen, ladies, everyone here tonight, I want to get you guys rolling in terms of what we have going on. This is going to be a very serious meeting. And the first person who I really want to introduce is going to be Mr. Kerry Thomas. He is the candidate for St. James Central. Just a little bit about him. I don't want you to confuse him with the next person, the next Kerry that's going to be in St. James Central, because they say it's going to be Kerry versus Kerry. So let us tell you a bit about this Kerry in particular. Don't get tired. So Mr. Kerry Thomas, he's a faith-driven, visionary, and community-centered leader committed to empowering people, strengthening communities, and advancing Barbados through purpose-driven leadership. His determination, creativity, and strong faith with a deep passion for helping individuals realize their full potential. He attended West Terrace Primary, Ellerslie Secondary, and BIMAP. He holds a diploma in production and operations management and a diploma in theology from the UHCA Bible Institute. He has served professionally with HIPAC Limited for over 18 years as a senior inventory clerk, demonstrating leadership, diligence, and integrity across multiple areas of responsibility. He's also the owner of Tomco Enterprises, which specializes in food and transportation services, reflecting his entrepreneurial spirit and commitment to national economic growth. Now, he's also the founder and leader of Newry Worship, I believe. I hope I didn't bush up the word too much. Newry Worship. And for those who don't know, that is one of the biggest worship teams out. This guy is very popular, yeah? Don't get tired. This guy, Kerry, he's very popular when it comes to music. He has mentored many young Christian musicians, helping them to grow in skill, character, and faith, while creating opportunities to serve through music. He also teaches music at St. Jude's Primary School and provides support and training to churches across Barbados. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Kerry Thomas.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everyone. Good night to Windsor St. George. I want to give honor to Madam President, Mr. General Secretary, all the first, second, third vice presidents, the treasurer. I try to get everybody. I try to get everything in. The whole executive committee, good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are you excited about tonight? Well, I am excited too. And one of the reasons why we are so excited, I believe it comes from our big canvas, our mass canvas yesterday. And one of the things that we would have learned, sorry, before we get there, just so that you all would know, we would have canvassed in the St. Michael Central community. You know, we fully endorse our friend, Mr. Raymond Wiggins. I can see him somewhere down there. Was I drinking, Raymond? Applause? Good. Yes, good. You sure? Test it, please. Test it. Make sure that it is plus. Anyhow, so we were very well received in St. Michael Central, that's Bank Hall, and the different communities there. And if you're watching, we really want to thank you for giving us your time and commitment to have a conversation with us. And then we went to Weston in St. James. And from the time we landed there, we had a tough hill to climb. Literally, all of the communities was pulling hills. And it was worth it because we met some guys that were there liming. You know, we met persons that came out of their houses, and they would have given us a warm reception, you know, and we wanted to keep things tight because we had a lot of ground to cover. But overall, it was a good canvas on yesterday. And two of the things that we can walk away from is that Bajans are fully engaged. They know what is going on. They don't have to spend much time sharing about the different things that is happening. They're fully engaged. And the next thing is that they're fed up. They're fed up with the high prices that they have to pay in the supermarket. They're fed up with the brown water that they're getting in the northern areas of the island. And they're fed up with the 21 cents increase on minimum wage that would have been implemented last year. And they're also fed up because they're saying that they have to choose between KFC and Chafette all the time. I wonder if anyone caught that. You know, if it ain't Chafette for 4 years, it's KFC for another 4 years. But no, you can get some strong food, some grown food, some. Help me out. What is grown food for y'all? Because that's right. And once you eat that, you don't gotta worry. It keeps the pressure down, and you live longer. Enough said. I just want to share for about 5 minutes or so about one of the biggest issues we have in the island is employment. And employment is a serious thing in the island, especially when it comes to our younger people, our young workforce that are being trained in schools, that are being prepared in colleges, both locally and internationally. And one of the biggest concerns that I have as a young person is the amount of people that don't have work under 25, that resorting to other alternative matters or other alternative methods, to make a living. And we are not blind. We see what is happening in the island. And there are numerous variables that leads to that. And one of the things are lack of small business startups. You know, a person may have the idea to do something credible, to do something that maybe could change their life, but the first thing that always is the challenge is startup capital. And one of the things that the Friends of Democracy wants to implement, or one of the policies that I can speak on, is the SEED program. And I'm excited about the SEED program because for the first time, we would have young, trained entrepreneurs being able to have access to capital. And when I say capital, I don't mean capital just to buy a shirt or capital just to buy maybe the first week's supply of items. You have access to good capital. And what would happen is that for a startup maybe could be, let's say, $100,000. Can I dare say that we are willing to sow 10% or 15%? These are things that we need to share with the workforce in Barbados, because there could be people that are working and are fed up, maybe they want to achieve dreams or whatever cases, but the first thing that they do is they go to a bank. As our good friend, Mr. Ricardo Harrison would say, don't want your grandmother, your breast, get everything. They want everything from you, but what we are saying, what we are trying to implement is the seed program. And that would really and truly help push the young workforce in Barbados. That way, when you apply for a job at certain institutions, you don't have to worry when they don't really reject you and want to look overseas for their choice. So we have to give, or we're going to give, our young workforce another option. And I want at this time, to talk about the next option. So before I would have thought about Chafet, I would have thought about KFC. There's a new option that you can choose, and that is the Friends of Democracy. It is the Friends of Democracy. It's a credible party. And I can stand here boldly and say that this public speaking, this is easy compared to the interview that I had to go into. You know, you have to be prepared. I hear you, Daniel. I hear you. You know, you're cross-reference. And that is why I like, you know, because at the end of the day, they know, and the candidate would know, for a shadow of fact, that they're choosing credible, strong, decent people to represent the Friends of Democracy. And I'm excited about the next coming months. I'm excited to canvass. I'm excited to go into the communities. We are not only coming to the communities that we are assigned to, but we are coming in assistance with the other communities to help push and show unity as well. So I want to encourage everyone to look out for the Friends of Democracy, look out for the different things that we would do in this upcoming year. And the easiest thing that I can say right now is choose the Friends of Democracy. It can't be as simple as that. We need a change. We are fed up with what we had before. And, you know, in rocket science, choose the Friends of Democracy. You can't lose. Okay. So the question now is, why should we choose the Friends of Democracy? And that is, you know, that's another self-answering question too. We had Chafet already. We get fat, we get overweight. Then we went to KFC. And then we went to Burger King. And then we had different franchises. But we have never tried the Friends of Democracy. And we deserve a chance to show what we can do and to implement the policies that we have in our manifesto that is coming up that will bring a significant change to Barbados. And in the coming minutes after me, you will hear more. And once again, I'm excited. I don't watch cricket, but opening batting does always be interesting because you could hit a six and get catch, or you could hit a couple runs and win the game. That's right, you get a one ball too. So I'm one of those cricketers that are inexperienced, and I think I've done my due diligence, hit the six or the four, and start the ground off running. So once again, I want to encourage you all to give the Friends of Democracy a fighting chance in this upcoming election. Thank you very much.
Give it up for Kerry Thomas. The real Kerry, as Lakers saying. Wow. Kerry, you batted well. Actually, we need to probably put you further down. We left the best speakers for last. You did pretty well. All right. So I like some of the things that Kerry would have mentioned to us. He mentioned about the unemployment that the youth in this country are actually experiencing. And one of the things that this government has been trying to do is been trying to tell us that all the unemployment rate is down, but they're not telling you, the people, that there are many persons who are being underpaid. They're not telling you, the citizens, that there are many persons who are being put on contracts to work, right? And I know that many other persons will go into this. I also heard Kerry mention about the seed program too as well, which is to raise capital to help the youth to start businesses. And as Kerry correctly said, you've had KFC, you've had Burger King. What do you have to lose with Friends of Democracy? You really don't, right? As one person would say, that we've been between a rock and a hard place many times before. And we believe that the country believes that it is time for change, all right? So my next speaker is one who you may be very much familiar with. His name is Mr. Raymond Wiggins. Have you heard the name before? I think I think you can do better than that. You should have heard the name before. I believe that many of you would have heard the name before, Mr. Raymond Wiggins. And he is running in St. Michael Central. Now, as Kerry and some of the others would have mentioned before too as well, we actually went canvassing down there, and we believe that that area is going to be a very interesting area because we recognize it's getting a lot of buzz. Actually, another party has their nomination coming up soon. I will see how that goes out and plays. But we want the people of St. Michael Central to know that they have a good option from Friends of Democracy, Mr. Raymond Wiggins. And one of the advantages that I will always say is that a person who actually was born, raised, and live in the community actually stands a much better chance, right? And that is Mr. Raymond Wiggins. He was born in St. Michael Central. He was raised there. Afterwards, he lived overseas for a number of years, where he earned a bachelor's of business administration in marketing. After a short stint on Wall Street, he began a 15-year career in advertising. He then transitioned to his first love of income tax preparation. And today, he runs a thriving income tax business. Upon his return to Barbados, he resettled in the area he cherished most, which, as you guess, is St. Michael Central. He's a businessman who operates a business in the same area. Part of his years in New York during the early 1900s was spent as a PRO for an NY-based I think they have a typo here, 1980s. But he spent as a PRO for an NY-based Barbados-inspired charity called Helping Hands of Barbados, Inc. During his tenure, HHB donated school supplies to St. John Primary School, St. Thomas Primary School, the Good Shepherd Primary School as well. They also donated many supplies to all the island's children's homes to many occasions. They donated to the Salvation Army and the late Auntie Olga charitable causes for over 5 years of a timeline. And this is one thing that Mr. Wiggins would clearly tell you, and he tends to brag about, working with the Auntie Olga charity. In addition to that, he's been helping people in St. Michael Central with food hampers, school supplies, and other needed items. His signature Christmas event called Deck the Mall, held annually at the Chaz Plaza Bank Hall, just celebrated its 5th consecutive year and attracts a crowd of over 250 persons. And actually, this event was successfully pulled off last year too as well, and it drew quite a crowd. So as you can see, you have a person here who is a businessman and also a philanthropist, and a good option for St. Michael Central. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Raymond Wiggins.
From the heart of St. Michael, a story unfolds. A man of the people, brave and bold. Raymond Wiggins, his name a beacon bright. For 6 long years, he's shown his life. Born and raised right complete. A better future for you and me.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. As we gather here to support the Friends of Democracy, and we gather to support the 3 constituencies in St. Philip North, St. Philip West, and St. Philip South. All right, just checking. That introduction was a little longer than my speech is going to be, but that's all right. As Kerry would have mentioned, we had a canvass yesterday in St. Michael Central, a very successful mass canvass. I want to thank all who turned out. We had almost 30 people who came out to support us in St. Michael Central. And we covered quite a bit of ground. On a normal canvassing, it would have probably taken me about a month to cover the ground that we did yesterday. We did all the areas. We did the Sealy Land, number 1 and 2. We did Buckingham Road, Queen Victoria Road, King Edward Road, King George Road, Queen Mary Road, Prince of Wales, Berks Road, quite a number of areas. And in all of the areas, we got pretty much the same response from many of the persons that we would have visited. Very open-minded, very much willing to listen and hear what Friends of Democracy have to say. We got the same message from a lot of the people, that they're drowned in under the debt. They're drowned in under this administration. And they really don't see much of a way. And they really don't see much of a way to get out from under it. But we know Friends of Democracy have been on the ground in a bunch of different areas. You know, we even went down to St. Lucie, or up north, as the case may be, on more than one occasion, to talk with the residents, even though we did not at that time have a candidate for St. Lucie. But our St. Lucie people are Barbadians too. We care about all Barbadians, not just the ones we're representing. Friends of Democracy cares about all Barbadians and their plight. And we have spoken to many of the residents there. I saw just the other day on one of the social media things, I'm not sure what it was. It might have been Rat Patrol, because a guy was having a conversation with a rat. You guys might have seen it and might know who this guy was. He was talking about the situation in St. Lucie. And he said that the residents there were spending about $1,000 a week on water. And even the rat raised his eyebrows? Raised his, to say $1,000 a month. And the guy, I don't know if you guys saw it, I don't know who this guy is. And the guy turned and said, according to a study that we did, we're thinking is that amount of money. I don't know how far St. Lucie is from where he or they are, that they couldn't drive to St. Lucie and ask somebody in St. Lucie a question, that they had to do a study to come up and say people in St. Lucie are spending X amount of money on water. That is totally ridiculous. We spoke to residents there and they told us between $200, $250, some say up to $300 a week on getting water. So these that want to do studies in small Barbados, they didn't want to take a plane down to St. Lucie and ask questions, so they did a study. You know, we are not looking at those things anymore. This is Friends of Democracy, and we're on the ground. We were on the ground yesterday. And as Jason said, a storm is brewing down in St. Michael Central, a storm, a tempest in a teapot. Where they're going to have a nomination coming up on the 15th. And just today, one of the persons up for nomination was out in the same areas that we were in yesterday. They were walking around with 1 or 2 persons prior to this. Today they had about 8 persons, including the 2 little children who was out. So they're catching wind of what Friends of Democracy is doing. And they're trying to emulate it. They're trying to be a step ahead of it. We announced that we were having a mass canvass a couple of days ago. And just the day before, a person from the George Street group announced they were having a mass canvass at 1 o'clock in the afternoon as well. They're taking notice of us at Friends of Democracy, you know. They're taking notice. And you know we have 12 candidates. Some people saying that's not enough. Not to say that we didn't attract other candidates, you know. We have people banging on the doors, asking to be part of Friends of Democracy and run as candidates. But we have a candidate selection committee. And as Kerry would have told you that process, when they came, we actually selected the candidate selection committee. That's one of the persons. And they sitting on them asking me questions. I was saying, who's these people that asking me these questions? They don't know me. That's just some question that have me scotching and I'm trying to answer. They put you through the ringer. So we ain't just attracting any and everybody to come to Friends of Democracy and talk about they want to be a candidate. We are selecting persons that we want to be representatives. And Andwele would have said at one meeting prior, if there's anybody out of us, the 12 candidates especially, who don't have the interest of Barbadians at heart in an honest and open way, they need to exit stage left and get out of the way. We don't mind 4 candidates that are honest. The other 8 that wasn't honest and don't have people interested at heart, we don't want them. All of us here have the people of Barbados' interests at heart. All of our constituents' interests at heart. I don't know how some of these persons sleep at night who did their, the 8 years, the 2 terms, whatever they call it, did nothing at all for their people in their community, in their constituency, and sit back and at the end of the month collect a pension, knowing that they don't deserve it. How they sleep at night? I don't know if on a PD posture feed they could see. Let's know, wow, but how did they consciously sleep at night? You have to ask yourself. I don't come here today to be polite. I don't come here to recite statistics and repeat government talking points. I come to speak the truth that too many in power refuse to face. The country is hurting. We heard it everywhere we went yesterday, and prior to that on other canvases, we heard from everybody. It is like the George Floyd with the knee upon your neck. The burden is coming down on you. You feel like there's no breathing room, no wriggle room. You can't get at ease. But Friends of Democracy is here for that. And our president came up forcefully and talked about the VAT situation. And all of a sudden, Ryan Strong, you don't hear from, come out and saying why it can't work. All along, he had nothing to say. The rat turned around and saying certain things about it, trying to defend it, and saying they should reduce it. Even when we spoke about reducing the people in St. Lucie, reducing their water bills in half. The rat that never had a word to say all these years about the people water bills say, but 50% is not enough. But where were you when there was 100% being added? You had nothing to say. And now that our president, in her wisdom, have said, after visiting the people, because they didn't visit them, they did a study, said you reduce the people water bills in half. He's saying, but half is not enough. We're in a serious time in Barbados here. And I know these people aren't stupid. They're well educated. But some of the things that come out of their mouth, some of the legislation to sit down in there and come up with, make you wonder. But they got 30 seats. 29 plus the one, they got 30. So when they sit down and come up with legislation and no opposition, that's where we get all of the things that come out of them, where they had this legislation for the Airbnb, the accommodations bill, to charge you $250,000 if you didn't comply, and a lot of other rubbish. So we already know the path that they're going down. The country is hurting. The people is hurting. Across Barbados, people are tired. Tired of struggling. Tired of choosing between groceries and bills. You got to put that bill to the last thing and see if you can afford to pay it, if the light can get cut off, if the water can get cut off, if the little internet can get cut off that the children got to use for the homework, or if to buy some cornflakes. They're tired of working harder just to fall further and further behind. Food prices are climbing. Electricity and water costs are rising. They keep getting increases on these electricity bills. We got all these things on the water bill with the sewage tax and all these other things. Rent is rising. Everything is rising except the standard of living for ordinary Bajans. Except the standard of living of trying to move from the lower class maybe to the bottom rung of the middle class, or trying to move through and meander your way through the middle class. There's no wiggle room. We are hurting. People are hurting. That's all we're hearing over and over and over again. Yet we are told again and again that the economy is recovering. Recovering for who? I ask. Because for the single mother, life is not recovering. For the pensioner, counting every dollar, life is not recovering. And here in Barbados, the pension does not go up. Overseas, you get Social Security every year. They raise it, maybe about 5% or whatever to account for inflation. That is not happening. So who getting pension the last 10 years getting the same amount of money and the price is going up? What are they supposed to afford with this amount of money? Ask yourself, ask them, and see if they're doing the right thing for our people. For the young worker who cannot afford housing, life is not recovering. And I don't know about other areas, but I can tell you about in St. Michael Central, where we have a lot of empty lots, a lot of derelict homes that the government promised in their 2018 manifesto, the Barbados Labour Party, that they would identify these places and convert them to homes for some of the residents. The only person who has been finding where to these lots and houses, I gotta be politically correct, are other people. They find these lots, they're carting them off, they bar them off, they're bringing all types of cars and crash cars and all kind of things, and bringing all kind of rats and different things next door to where people live. They're finding these houses. There was even a house in Skeets Road, which is really on the opposite side by the other guy out that side. What's his constituency? St. Michael West. I tell another politician, don't expect me to get these things right. I am a people-tician. I am here for the people. So some of these things I don't know. Some of these things I can learn. But that's what I told the lady the other day. She was asking about the GDP and this and that. I said, we know about them things. I said, we not know much about them. But they're all in a book somewhere. The top economists in the world have written on them, and I can find them in a book. So everything that they know, I can read and learn and know. But let me tell you something. The things that I know, they can never learn. I know empathy. I know sympathy. I know caring and compassion. And you can't read them things in the book. They ain't got none of them things, and they never will. Some of them don't pretend that they got them. Just learn all right off the bat. Okay. I hear a number of people say, we all know Steve Blackett had a program in St. Michael Central that was a breakfast program. And I've heard it from more than one person. Maybe it could be a tale, maybe it's true, that when they asked for Holder about that, about restoring that program, when he got into power, when he got the position, he said, I am not Steve Blackett. So they don't even hide the fact that they don't care nothing about the people. They don't hide the fact. So I don't know where this recovery is. If this is recovery, why are so many people drowning? Why are so many people feeling so destitute, like there's nowhere for them to go? There's no recovery for them. We were once proud of our public services. Education was our equalizer. I've told you before, living in New York in high school, I saw an article in a little magazine they used to hand out in school named The Scholastic Scope. And in flipping the pages, I saw Barbados listed as number 2 in the world in literacy rates with 99.8 or 99.9. And I'm pretty sure it was behind China. That used to be something that we were proud of. That was the flagship. Education was our motto. We had educated people. We had education as a standard. Now we have educational systems that just failing all the students. When can we get back to that? We're borrowing money all over the place, investing money in all types of things, and not investing money in our educational system, nor in our students. How can we raise a nation of persons going forward without investing in education? That is ridiculous. Healthcare was our safeguard. Today, too many classrooms are overcrowded. The teacher-to-student ratio, not good. Too many teachers are tired and overwhelmed. So now some of them are fighting to bring back the long leave. Because something they need to just recharge. They need that break. They need to get that time for themselves. Too many clinics are overwhelmed, and don't talk about the hospital and the A&E. Now there's some room there, don't know what they call it. When you get through the A&E, you got to be admitted. They got in a holding pattern like a plane waiting for a runway. They got to put you in some holding room before you can get up to a ward. And people are dying right there in these holding rooms because they don't have the equipment, the kind of resources to deal with these people. So those are the things that we are dealing with. There's too much infrastructure neglect. They pour a lot of money into some of these highways and other places, but then when you go down into some of the streets, into your own constituency and communities, potholes and craters that you wouldn't believe. You dodge one on the left and you hit one on the right. Our people are waiting for care, waiting for help, and waiting for leadership that actually delivers. But we're here today to tell you that if you give Friends of Democracy half a chance, you're looking at leadership that will actually deliver for the people of Barbados. But you know what? The greatest crisis we face is not even economic. It's not just economic. It is democratic. There's a dangerous gap growing between those who govern and those who are governed. Decisions are made in boardrooms and behind closed doors and announced from podiums, while the people most affected are barely consulted. If ever. They rolled out the program, they're adding the surcharge to rent-a-cars, which was a disaster. I was at a meeting with some friends who have a number of rent-a-cars. My son does as well. And you believe, I figured they didn't consult with Joe down the road that got 2 cars or somebody with 5. They didn't even consult with Courtesy Garage and the bigger garages on there. And those people were in the meeting holding up their hands asking questions. They didn't consult with anybody in the industry before they come up with this. And I think there was something in there that says the surcharge is only charged up to like 35, some amount of money. Don't care how long the period of rental is. It only goes for a few days, I think no longer than 5 days or something. When persons went into this system and had a rental that say begin January 25th and run over into February 10th or whatever, and should only be charged a period of time, the system would not even recognize. The system would recognize January, and once January was finished, it picked up the surcharge again and added it to the rental for February. Not even these things they didn't look at. The system couldn't recognize 1 month from the next. So where it was supposed to be only a period of time, only for the 5 days or whatever, even if it's a 15-day rental, the system could not recognize that. So these are things, I mean, they had this, they roll it out, they come out, and then they had to roll it back. Again, we know they roll back a lot of the legislation because they get in their boardrooms and sitting down and coming up with these things and not even consulting anybody who is going to be affected by it. Talk about stakeholders. We ain't stakeholders. We ain't got a lot of stakes written in this thing. We tax money ain't going in there. But want to send out a letter to people telling them what it would cost to educate their child. That's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. Like it's not our dollars going in there. Well, I think My aunt that never had no children and pay taxes all them years to send she a refund and say, well, you never had children, you paying to the education, take back your money. If the water tell me how much money you're paying in and how much money it costs. That's ridiculous. When citizens raise concerns about these things, they are told to be patient. And when they have any protests against them, they are labeled as ungrateful. And when you question these things, you're treated as if you are the problem. Let me say this clearly. The people are not the problem. The system and these politicians in charge that don't care anything about the people, they are the problems. The problem is a system that hears applause better than it hears pain. They don't listen to the pain. They're tone deaf. They're not listening to the people of Barbados. They really don't care about the people of Barbados, the small person, the persons that Friends of Democracy care so dearly about. Barbadians are not asking for handouts. We're asking for fairness. We're asking for honesty and transparency. We're asking for a government that does not govern by press releases, but by principle. Every time you turn around, press release, saying the same thing all over again, trying to convince people why they should buy in to whatever they are selling. We want them to rule by principle, govern by principle. That's all we're asking for. We want leadership that understands what it means to stand in a supermarket and wonder if you got to put back items or not. You're standing in the line, your people know over your shoulders who behind you, and you want to whisper to the girl, that damn was first, let me see how much them is. They got something that don't care to holler hard. That damn can't got enough money, but most people are not like that. But the body behind you know, just saying that, telling themselves, you hope you got to put back some, because them got to put back some to them, won't look so bad for them, they feel a little better. That's ridiculous. That's what we come to. You got to hope that somebody could be in that position to make you feel like if I'm in that position too, it is all right. We need leadership that understands what it means to open a utility bill with fear, to take a couple of deep breaths before you open the bill, say the Lord's Prayer, do 2 Hail Marys, all kind of thing, and hope that this bill ain't gonna make you get a heart attack. They don't know anything about this. That is what we need. We need leadership that understand these things. I know the Friends of Democracy understand these things. And all 12 of our candidates understand these things. My light bill's still home. I don't open it yet. We need leadership that understand what it means to work all month long and still come up short to pay the bills. Got to decide, like I said before, between bills and buying food and taking care of the children. Because leadership that does not feel the people's pain cannot solve the people's problems. You have to walk in the person's shoes. And that's my big selling point in down in St. Michael Central. I just see them every day. I just walk down through there every day. Just drive through them streets every day. I know where the potholes are. I know the pain that people are feeling. I've walked in their shoes for years. And I know what they're feeling. We need people that have empathy and sympathy for the constituency, not pass by with the windows, roll up, and not looking left and right. And Stevie had a lady that said that yesterday. She lived in the same street where the representative for St. Michael Central, his office is there, not very far. She said he just passed there, but he had turned the other side. Don't even look. And she called me aside and admitted to me, of over all the years, the only person who have ever done anything for her living in that constituency is Steve Blackett. And then she turned around and admitted to Steve Blackett that when Mia was running, she was so excited for this first female Prime Minister of Barbados. She was so giddy with excitement. She said, but Steve, I've voted for she, you know. But only the first time. And then she went into call it a tirade on Miss Motley. Words that we cannot repeat. Lord. She went in rough. So there got a lot of people out there that even, people out there, people tell us, my house is a strong B or D, or I've been voting that way forever, and they say, no, I want no more. They say the pressure, the burden is way too much and something must be done. So it is out there. The feeling is out there. There's a need for change out there. And as we go out now, that mass canvas we had yesterday, I don't want the distinction as having the biggest mass canvas. Just the first is good enough for me. We want bigger mass canvases as we go forward every Saturday from now on. We want bigger responses. We want greater gains and for greater foot soldiers in the communities as we go forward. A nation cannot move forward when its citizens feel ignored. A democracy cannot survive when voices are silenced by arrogance and inconvenience. Develop means nothing if it does not reach the kitchen table or the floor, because I'm just beating on a milk crate, a beer crate, who knows. Doesn't reach the classroom, the clinic, the community, and the home. Means nothing at all. So today, say this without apology. We will not be silent when the cost of living crushes working families. We will not accept education policies that burden parents and shortchange students. We will not tolerate a healthcare system that leaves our people waiting and forgotten, without dignity even in sickness. We will not live in fear while crime destroys our communities. We will not build a nation where decent housing is only for a privileged few. And for all of these things you will hear as other speakers come, Friends of Democracy have policies that addresses all of these things. Not just crying down the way they are now, but serious policies that address them and have serious solutions for people. We love Barbados. That is why we speak. That is why we speak out. That's why we make our voices heard and known. That is why we demand better for the people of Barbados. Patriotism is not obedience. So you don't got to be obedient to what they say to make it seem like you're patriotic. Patriotism is holding power accountable, holding their feet to the fire. And that is what Friends of Democracy plan to do. Even if we get in as an opposition, that is all we plan to do, hold their feet to the fire, not sit back and let them get away with all kinds of things. Hold their feet to the fire, hold them accountable to people and persons of this country. We are not enemies of progress. We are its backbone. And if those in authority will not listen in comfort, then they must hear us with pressure. If they don't want to hear it in silence, they'll hear it when we raise our voices all over Barbados and let it be known that we are mad as hell and we are not going to take it anymore. This country belongs to its people, not to a select few behind closed doors, making decisions for the masses. And until the cries of ordinary Barbadians are met with real action, real compassion, and real change, we will continue to speak, to stand up, and to resist being ignored. We will stand up and be a voice for the people of Barbados. Friends of Democracy plans to be that. You'll hear from us a lot more in the coming days and weeks. And as the election bell is rung, our voices will get louder and louder and stronger. Because we deserve better. And we are done asking quietly. We want real change. And we are here to advocate for change for the people of Barbados. Friends, I thank you very much.
Raise the tune there, raise the tune there.
From the heart of St. Michael, a story unfolds. A man of the people.
What?
Raymond Wiggins, his name, a beacon For 6 long years, he's shown his life. Born and raised right here, he knows our plea. For a better future, for you and me. He sees the struggles, hears every cry. A true leader beneath this sky.
Pull it up, pull it up, pull it up. You can't get them all, you can't get them all now. Oh my goodness. Give it up for Mr. Raymond Wiggins. Wow. I can tell that he was very passionate about that speech. Because I remember allocating 15 minutes, but I recognize that this 15 minutes, I don't know if my watch. But it's all good, it's all good, it's all good. I can safely tell you that. Laker's telling me Chinese. But there's a lot of good things that Mr. Wiggins would have mentioned. And one of the things that he mentioned that stood out to me was that life is not recovering for some persons. The reality is that there are a lot of persons in this country who honestly is going through a lot of hard times. And as Raymond said, life is not recovering. And one of the aims of Friends of Democracy is to agitate, advocate, and to pursue policies and programs for the country. As someone would simply put it, we know that the poor would always be among us, but our aim is to make sure that we stop as many poor persons from being poor in this country. That is all it is really about. And so as someone said before, our first batsman, give Friends of Democracy a chance. You honestly have nothing to lose. All right, so our next speaker is the candidate for St. James South. His name, as you may very much be familiar with, is Mr. Pastor Matthew Thorne. He's also a philanthropist and an entrepreneur dedicated to helping individuals discover and live out their true purpose. Guided by the belief that the greatest tragedy in life is not death, but a life without purpose. He has spent the past decade serving communities through counseling, volunteerism, and mentoring young men. Matthew has created opportunities for individuals in need to earn a living and has contributed his leadership to several charitable boards, including Walking in Wholeness Ministry and the Drug Education and Counseling Services. Valuing family, righteousness, human life, and justice, his life works is centered on empowering others to become the best versions of themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our pastor, Matthew Thorne.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Blessings. A wonderful good night. Good night, St. Philip. Good night. Good night. I wish God's blessings on each and every one of you. Thank you so much, Jason, for your execution. I never did long jump in sports, but Kerry and Raymond, you have set a high bar tonight that I aspire to, and I shall certainly do my best. Much of what you gentlemen said resonated deeply with me, and perhaps I might be a bit of an echo at this point. But I do feel the need to still bring some things to light, and I want to thank you again, Kerry and Raymond, for the foundation that you have built that I can come and stand on as I address the entire of St. Philip tonight. Raymond, thank you as well for exposing the strong leadership that we have within the Friends of Democracy, as you spoke about the many things that we have achieved and we have accomplished. And I also want to say thank you to each of you that are here from the Friends of Democracy that have been supporting along this journey, those of you that have been founding, those of you that have been fighting, those of you that have been coming out tirelessly night after night. I want to say thank you and may God bless you. as I know I heard Steve said earlier, your efforts are not in vain. So tonight, I want to acknowledge you and I want to recognize that for the time that you have put in, for the effort that you have made, and to say, may God bless you. You know, it is clear that we have high cost of living in this country. But equally so, I think we have to come to a place where we also have high standards of living, and most importantly, come to a place where we have high standards set for political office in this country. And you heard the gentlemen in their oration earlier reference much of that. And we know why it is important, because it translates to good governance. I still believe, standing before you tonight, that the political party remains the most effective vehicle by which we can do the most or the greatest amount of good for the most amount of people. I firmly believe that, and I know that many of us here within the Friends of Democracy, we believe this wholeheartedly. Hence why we put our neck on the line and we put our efforts into the representation of the people of the 12 constituencies that we have identified so far. But I also want to say that that is why you would have heard the speakers tonight, including myself, and those that are coming before you tonight are President Karina Goodridge, Omar, and Anya. That's why you would have heard those to come and those that are coming stand before you here tonight, because we believe that it is wholeheartedly the job of the government to make your lives better. That is the singular and sole purpose, as we heard our brother allude to earlier. So tonight I stand for those that are struggling quietly, for those that have forgotten what it means to live, for the mother and the father at home seeking to make ends meet for their family. Tonight I stand for the young man or woman that is working 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet. I stand for the Barbadian that is caring for that sick loved one, perhaps at home, grappling with the high cost of living. Barbadians, we firmly believe that you deserve better. As I mentioned, you've heard this already tonight. You deserve better. You deserve transparency and not secrets, accountability and not excuses or silence. And we saw this, I think, over the past couple of years. We had some incidents within the educational space. When there's the issue at the Springer School, we saw the issue with the test that was handed out to the students, the primary school students. And in the strongest terms, I want to denounce those behaviors, but it's not simply that those things were done, but it was that persons did not have the intestinal fortitude. As a lady once said, they did not have the testicular wherewithal to come back and apologize to the people of this country and say, you know what, I have made a mistake as the educational minister, and say, you know what, that was wrong. Man, you know, I messed up. I fully own my issue. I own my error. I own it. And I recognize that that was something that should never have happened. But that is something that time and time and again we recognize is missing from the leadership in our country. So the accountability is extremely important, and what we must begin to see, and you will begin to see when the administration changes, as God wills and allows, and He brings us to a place of leadership in this country, we will begin to experience in Barbados a level of participation and not exclusion, because policies that are drafted must be drafted for the masses and for people at large. I must also say that I'm a firm believer that, in fact, righteousness does, in fact, exalt a nation. And the reality is that when righteousness is missing, it is often the poor who suffer first. Don't get me wrong. Everybody suffers as a result of the curses, as a result of the mismanagement, as a result of the corruption, as a result of things being done under the table and not being brought to light. But it's often persons like you and I, the average citizens of this country, who feel it first and who carry the brunt of the burden. I was reading the paper recently and I came across an article by a gentleman by the name of Mr. Armstrong. I don't know how many of you saw it, but it dealt with what used to be petty theft. But what he was highlighting was the issue of organized crime in the agricultural sector. And as he lamented his issue, it became clear that this was not the first time that he's been having the issue with theft in his business. But it was deeply troubling to see the hurt that he was experiencing, deeply troubling to see the amount of loss and sadness and psychological impact that he was going through. And it wasn't just him. But of course, he stood as a representation of farmers. Over the years, we know that there are persons, I think a couple of years ago, that experienced issues with persons stealing horses and cows. I guess they must be bringing flatbed trucks and tying them down. I don't know. But they bring something that can really people animals. And we see these things year after year after year. And we must ask ourselves why, and why is there a silence, a continued deafening silence, a silence so loud that is quiet by our government in this particular area in this country? Why is there a delay and a lack of urgency when Barbadians are hurting? It is not just enough that the person is traumatized. It is not just enough that you go and you spend about 6 to 9 months. I think yams are about 9 months to bring to harvest. And then somebody comes and in one night carry away $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 of your produce. All the while you still have your light to pay, you still have your water, you still have other expenses, you had employee cost. So that in itself, walk with me, that in itself is one of the most egregious things that you could experience. I am a person, I like the earth. I can't say necessarily like farm. I like planting and I like the earth, and I think there's a relaxation that comes from that. But if Barbadians see the way in which persons are treated in the agricultural sector, an area that is so important, especially when it comes to our national security, then tell me who in their right mind is going to look in that particular field to generate a means of living. Because the message that is clearly being sent is that you can do what you feel like, get away with it, and there is not going to be stiff punishment for persons that gaining people ground at night and carrying away the food, carrying away the livelihood, stealing from them. It is not just this stealing from them in a moment, but what is happening is that they're stealing people's livelihoods. They're stealing their family members, they're stealing their peace of mind, they're stealing the person's joy, they're stealing their essence. In the article, the gentleman relayed how demoralizing it was to wake up. You could imagine, put yourself in that place just for a minute. As I labor for a few minutes, you wake up and you're gone out to harvest your crop, and you realize everything dig up and gone. There used to be, all right, but that is something, my friends, that should never be happening in this country. And it is something that we must bring an end to immediately. Because after tourism, which is our largest income generator, there is agriculture, which I think is tremendously important. As I said, we spoke about food security just now. And at this particular juncture, that is one of the most, I think, critical issues that is facing our nation. Because we are living in a time of greater and greater global instability and uncertainty. We see what is happening with Russia and the invasion of Ukraine. We see the tensions with China and Taiwan and what that will potentially become. And walk with me for a second, because this translates, I can translate this a little bit earlier. So walk with me. And most recently, we saw the invasion and the bullying of Venezuela by America. Though, of course, many Venezuelans seem to be quite happy with the liberation that they have found through the American government. And this is something I've researched extensively. But it doesn't excuse what has happened. It doesn't excuse the method by which the United States has gone about to bring liberty to a people who were oppressed and the people that were suffering. So to call a spade a spade, I must denounce their actions in the strongest of terms and say that that is something, again, that on a global scale is a surprising silence and quiet from the leaders, not only in our region, but across the world. And we know why, because that links back to the inability of countries being unable to fully provide for themselves. And we have to ask the question then, are we truly independent? Are we truly independent if we can't look to a nation that is more powerful than us, that is clearly overstepping significantly their authority, and say, look, man, what you're doing isn't right? But our hands are tied behind our back because next month we got to import next year, $1.7 billion worth of produce, when our export market is only about $500 million. So I would say to the Prime Minister when she responds that I hope that the response for something that has happened in our backyard is as strong and as deliberate as her response to Israel when Israel had invaded Palestine. It was Gaza. And there was the genocide that has been happening for the past 3 years in that particular country. We are at a place where we must ask ourselves honestly, are we prepared as a government to weather the storms that are ahead of us, whether they be economical, whether they be spiritual? And I shared with you just now the importance of the food security in our country, because it's just a matter of time before war. And let me make clear, our region has to remain a region of peace. The Caribbean is a region of peace, and we want to make sure that that is something that we declare boldly, together, a united response as CARICOM, as to the type of maneuvers and actions that we want to see in our own backyard. But unfortunately, sometimes we are left with leaders who can't tell the difference between a 6 and a 9. We have leaders where, in a lot of cases, it's the blind leading the blind. So I spoke a bit about the export and the import issue that we have, and what we need to have are strong policies. As I mentioned, policies now that cater to the person that farms an acre, a half an acre, persons that farm 3 acres. And of course, this would extend to those that farm 50 and 60 and 70 acres, but policies that cater to them so it encourages people to get into farming and allow us then to create and to use I believe we are one of the countries in the Caribbean that we have a lot of unused land that is sitting doing absolutely nothing. So we can come to a place where we can begin to be innovative and resourceful and cultivate that land, what that is going to do is to drop our import costs, right? And then we're going to be able now to export our produce to these very countries. And we obviously are going to have to import. I'm not saying that that's not something we're going to have to do, but I believe that we can significantly offset our import and exports if we can produce a lot more here at home. And that will also drive down the cost in the supermarkets, because a lot of times cost depends on scarcity. So it's a twofold issue that we're facing in this country, and for decades I've asked myself, and we've really gone back and forth as a country, again, as my brother mentioned, between a rock and a hard place. As I like to say, between cemetery and hell. And for a long time, the people of this country, Barbadians, you have not had an option. For a long time, you did not have any political maneuverability, and you were locked into a space that really did not have your best interests at heart. But you have heard my friend tonight declare why we are here as the friends of democracy. You have heard and you understand tonight and tomorrow and next month and next year and leading up not only to elections coming, but elections after that, in fact, that you will begin to see that we are a political party that will serve your interests and that will ensure that for the most, probably one of the most important things, that we drive down the cost of living. And it can happen not only through tax reduction, it can happen through our policy positions being implemented. And as I listed to you just now, we can also look at how we can look at the agricultural sector and begin to encourage persons to getting to agriculture, and of course punish appropriately those that have been bringing challenges to that particular area. So what we really want to hammer home is that, in fact, we want to create a Barbados that is not just working for the larger players and the larger entities. And we're not saying that that is something that we want to exclude, but we want to bring home and to develop and to build a Barbados that works for every person and that works for everyone. So we want to ensure that we make it easier for Barbadians to compete and have a level landscape to operate from, to ensure that there's fairness, to ensure that there's balance, and to make sure that it's not just easier, as I mentioned, for the larger interest to do business in this country, but for the small person that is struggling, that is suffering, that is literally doing what they're doing to make ends meet in this country. So, a part of our mandate in the 30 or so policies that you would hear us express, primarily through the candidates, but also through our social media, would be that we want to make sure that our wages are fair and match the cost of living. I envision a Barbados where our cost of living can be $15 or $20 an hour. Persons would say to you, well, how can that be sustained or maintained? Our president is going to explain that through the VAT reduction in a minute. I explained that just now, how we can be untruped in the land that is arable, sitting, doing absolutely nothing, and then we can increase our exports and decrease our imports. So it is not something that is impossible, but it is something that can be attained if we have leaders that are willing to rise to the occasion and leaders that are willing to govern properly and to recognize that, in fact, Barbados can be a place for all to thrive and not just for a select few. I envision a Barbados where we remove barriers that punish the small entrepreneur. And I spoke about that just now in the agricultural sector. I mean, who is going to go in their right mind thinking I'm going to farm carrots, yam, or potatoes for somebody to come in the middle of the night, dig them up and sell them in town? I mean, if you just think about it for a second, there is no incentive at the moment for young persons to be leveraged to add to the food security in this country. Because we are not saying to ourselves, we recognize that we are not an island alone when we speak economically and politically. Therefore, we have to understand that economically, we must trade with our partners. We must be in tandem with what's happening on the world stage. So that means that we have to form and forge relationships with others. And that creates room for us to have a vibrant export market where we can, in fact, export far more than we are currently doing at present. And what it can begin to do is ease the cost of living in this country, where the government can support farmers and support persons that are in need of financial assistance in this country. Because it is not fair to ask the small entrepreneur, it is not fair to ask the average Barbadian who delivers an authentic, cultural, and unique product, whether it be soaps, whether it be hair, whether it be water, whatever it is that Barbadians are doing legally. It is absolutely not fair to ask them to do it with fewer resources, while at the same time shouldering a heavier burden year after year after year as cost of living soars, while at the same time that income stagnate. So that is where our policies at the Friends of Democracy are going to make a difference. Persons often ask, well, what separates us from the other parties that exist? Why should we give you a chance? I often see a lot of times it is the way that we structure our political landscape is a lot of times similar to how we structure our business practice. But you know what is going to make a difference? What is going to make a difference is not only us wanting to make a difference in the physical, but us wanting to make a difference in the spiritual, recognizing that we're spirits that live in a body that have a soul. And that is a fact. So there's not only the spiritual element that creates a cloud of darkness that sits over our country, that is in tandem with the physical element, but there are policies that we have crafted that what it would do as a rising tide is lift, as a rising tide lifts all boats, whether you're going through the Panama Canal or whether you're at some other port of entry. But it's going to lift all people and all Barbadians, all men and women from all walks of life out of the doldrums and out from the place that they can no longer see the hands in front of the face, because where they are at is so dark. So that is what our policies will do for the Barbadians, for you and for I, for each and every person in this country. But that is not the only distinguishing feature. I believe that a lot of times we have excellent policies, but we do not have proper implementation of them because we do not have people that genuinely love and care about the people of this country. So I am excited about the future as one of your candidates. I'm excited about the future as someone that loves this country and stands with the president and every man and woman that is proud to call themselves a friend of democracy, because I am excited and I see a future where a people that exalt God, a people that craft policies that will work in the interests of the masses and not in the interests of a select few, a people that have integrity, a people that have goodwill in their heart and that genuinely love this country and love their fellow man, will inevitably, it is impossible for the entire Barbados not to benefit and to live in harmony and love together. So I stand here tonight and I want to make clear, Barbados has to begin. It has to. The path that we are on is unsustainable. Barbados must begin to work for Barbadians again. I firmly believe that there is not a person in this country that should have a full-time job and live in poverty. That should never exist in this country. Any person that has a full-time job in this country, Barbados, and I speak not only to Barbadians, but to other persons who have settled here across the diaspora and that have come from other places that have called Barbados home. I speak to you as well, because you benefit from the systems in this country. You benefit from the efforts of the government. And tonight I call you one of us. But I envision a future where our income can keep pace with the cost of living, because on the current trajectory, it is similar to that of our birth, where right now we have twice as many people dying as being born in this country. So what is going to happen in 50 years, 100 years? So similarly, we have to ask ourselves economically where we want to be on the global stage, politically, financially. We can be up there with other countries that are innovative and are finding ways for their people, for their people to thrive, for their people to get ahead, for their people on the world stage to be a people that are known to be intrepid and that can succeed. So it is not just something that we have seen our politicians in the past do in terms of giving lip service to policies and ideas, and then when they come to government, because they lack integrity, all that was said gone out through the window. Not the window, it gone like the wind. Whoosh, one time. But we got to move past that. Because where are we going to be economically and politically in this region and across the world? So a press release to say you have done it is not enough in this country. I firmly believe that every Barbadian has worth. Barbadians, you have worth. You have dignity and you have pride. And it is time that we have culture simply that has begun from our ancestors a few hundred years ago. I'm talking about a culture that goes before that. Because all of that redounds to where we are today and our fairness in this country. As I close, once and only once, we intend to be a people that put people before profit. We have to move from putting corporations before communities to communities before cooperations.
Here, so just give a round of applause for them. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Off-Road Fury, but it is actually just opposite here. You're not too old to try it. Give it a try. You're going to have a grand time. And we want to be able to support our local businesses, yeah? We believe that we should support our own. No, this meeting, this is our St. Philip joint meeting representing the West, North, and South. And my next candidate, our speaker, he's actually the candidate for St. Philip South. Omar Smith is a Barbadian committed to people-centered leadership, national renewal, and practical solutions that work for everyday households. He currently serves as a spokesperson for agriculture and is a candidate for St. Philip South, where his work has focused on food security, affordability, and restoring dignity to farming communities. Omar believes agriculture is not just an economic sector, but a matter of national security, public health, and family stability. His approach rejects empty percentages and headlines, insisting instead of careful assessment, long-term planning, and policies that ensure Barbados can feed itself affordably, protect its farmers, and strengthen rural and urban communities alike. Omar Smith is guided by a simple principle. Leadership must serve people first, families, workers, farmers, and the next generation, with honesty, responsibility, and respect. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Omar Smith.
Yeah. Good night, everyone. Welcome to Windsor. President, thank you very much. Now, food security, agriculture on its whole, is something that is very important to me. And reason why I came from a household that was born on a farm. I came up from a humble home in St. Thomas, whereby my parents weren't rich. By many means of any sort, we were a very humble family. And what kept us going is that my father and my mom saw the importance, and our surrounding communities saw the importance of farming. In that time, we had the circumstances where people shared. People, the thieving and all these type of things that happening now wasn't evident. Persons really recognized about sharing was a part of the community. And therefore, based on those fundamental principles, we were able to cultivate communities that were caring, sharing, and equally passing on the baton, something that doesn't happen today. And this is something that I need to reintroduce into society today. A whole different approach that brings people together, brings families together, and reignite society, something that has lost, something that we really need to bring back into society. And this is what my mission is tonight and going forward. Now, this purpose can't be something that is loosely taken. It must be well calculated, well manufactured, and well proposed. And therefore, everyone that is sitting here tonight has a vital part in making sure that we rebuild Barbados in the way that it ought to be. You, me, and everyone must take it as a matter of national security, a national sovereignty, to make sure that we can not only feed ourselves in the respect of making sure that our household is good, but to recognize that it's a part of our health mandate equally too. Because Barbadians today, the healthcare situation is deteriorating. The hospital is calling for more money and more money and more money. And all it takes is for us to really get back to the soil that brought us here via our foreparents, the soil that bring us as young people here, and the soil that is going to bring the future into this country. And we, the people, have a shared responsibility not to just stay and look at it, but to plan for it. Because I, as a certified financial advisor, recognize that when I would have sat with many people throughout the years in looking at their economic bill of health, that really the major problem that always existed is how we're going to eat after paying bills. And we must wrestle this problem to the ground. And it is not a single effort, as I said earlier, but it must be an effort that is taken on by everyone that is sitting here and everyone that is listening through the length and breadth of Barbados via this medium. And I have a plan to do so, because we've always had, unfortunately, for the last number of years, we've had ministers who have taken up this post as a reject, something that they never cared about, and unfortunately, most of them didn't know about it. But I, born, raised, and practiced farming. I know what to walk the walk, and I know how to talk the talk. So, my friends, you don't have a square peg in a round hole tonight. You have somebody know how to do the thing. So, if you would have been watching my Facebook releases over the past week, I would have been really able to disturb the present Minister of Agriculture in his monotony. Consistent hit after hit after hit after hit. And that has been purposely done because we can't afford to take such a serious circumstance loosely. We would have went through COVID, whereby they clapped for farmers, and now they're disrespecting them. And these are the people who manage our cost of living. These are the people who are responsible for our health. These are the people who are responsible for the nourishment of our people. And we cannot take the most serious government institution as a footstool. It needs to deserve the right footing and put at the highest pedestal, because the Prime Minister got to eat, the President got to eat, and everybody in this country got to eat, because food is the engine that carries this country. And therefore, farmers equally are hurting. The imports are killing us. And we need to stop that. And how are we going to stop that? By regulating markets amongst ourselves. Putting the necessary things in place so that when John Brown, Rosemary, grows particular crops or raise particular animals, that we will become the craftsmen of our faith and begin to support ourselves in our communities. This is what we need to do. We don't have to subject ourselves to the imports, but we have to recognize that it is time that Bajans start to support one another. And until we begin to do that, we will be at the mercy of the markets. But we have to become the market of Barbados. And how we're going to do it is that we are going to start by structure and by design, carrying out a plan and saying to Mary, I need you to grow 10 tomatoes. Next door you grow 5 tomatoes. Next door you grow 10 watermelons. And we come together, along with the initiative that the President have grown, with the food banks, and pool our resources together so that we can feed ourselves. Equally, we would stabilize food prices, and equally, the farmers would have ready markets. This is the approach that we need to take. We can't just take farming as a willy-nilly thing anymore. And equally, we must then go through the process of developing food processing. Because we can't only look at the fact that we are going to just produce food, and let some go by the wayside. Time for wastage must stop. We need to get into the canon and all those different instruments and articles and ways in how we are going to preserve food so that we can have a place on our supermarket shelves too. We are consumed too much by external markets. Eve, Adam, John, and all kinds of people. We need now to have our place in our own supermarkets in Barbados. We can't sell out ourselves all the time, so a time for that has to end. And under my governance, we will change that. Yes, because I am a person that strongly supports Barbados first, Bajans first, home drum beat first. And that is our principle, and everything that I am doing is totally supported by Bajans first. Bajans can no longer be the second or third class citizen in this country under my governance. This is madness. Can't work. Bajans, no, cannot work. We have people, and I am all for CSME and all those things, yes. I love my Caribbean people. But we can't go in another country and be first. So this thing that these government working with, it ain't working for we. They're working with. And it can't work. We are celebrating independence every year, and we are becoming more dependent. And this cannot work underneath defense of democracy because your policy and our policy say put people first. But again, put on a little piece. We put in Bajans first. And together, we are going to strengthen our communities. We are going to reduce the crime because, again, the young people are going to begin to feel the care and the love that they know that they deserve. And we, the Friends of Democracy, are going to deliver that for the people of Barbados. Yes, my friends, a new day is dawning for Barbados. And I'm so happy to be a part of this team. I am so happy for the management that has allowed us to come here. And I am looking forward to spreading the joy and the wisdom and the understanding and the overstanding that God has given all of us across the length and breadth of this country, that a new governance is coming to Barbados. Yes, please. So as I said, agriculture will now take a new face. It would not be just the old thing that has been stated years ago. You now have someone that loves his job. And via agriculture, we are going to reduce cost of living in many different fashions and forms and fashions. We are going to reduce the cost of living via food. We are going to reduce it via the healthcare bill. We are going to reduce it via the import bill. And we are certainly going to make sure that housing becomes cheaper and available for young people in this country. Because everything under the sun comes from the earth. And I know how to get it grow. And indeed, we will get it grow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And you will be hearing much more from me. God bless. God bless Barbados.
Give it up, give it up, give it up. Give it up. Vote Omar Smith. Vote Omar Smith. My goodness. My goodness. This gentleman shocked me, you know. This gentleman shocked me. Probably shouldn't be saying it here, but this gentleman shocked me tonight. And you hear what he said? Under his governance, he's making it clear to you tonight that he is going to be the Minister of Agriculture. And I can tell you that he's very passionate about agriculture. He eats it, sleeps it, drinks it. He loves it so much. And interestingly, because we know he's running in St. Philip South against Indar Weir, who is currently the Minister of Agriculture. And as Mr. Omar Smith said, the minister doesn't seem to know what he's doing. He has a post, but he just doesn't seem to know what it is that he's doing. And I keep speaking to the electorate and the residents once again that you said that you wanted new faces, and here we are presenting to you, giving you exactly what you asked for. New faces in times like this. Intelligent people, persons who are actually passionate about what they're serious about. So for those who are in St. Philip South, I encourage you to support Omar Smith coming up in the next general election. Now, as we are in St. Philip, I also then want to mention my next speaker, because she's also from St. Philip too as well. So we have Miss Anya Lord. She's an attorney at law with extensive experience across family law and domestic violence, corporate and commercial law, and real estate. She has built a reputation for providing strong, practical legal advice while advocating for justice and fairness in all matters. Beyond her legal practice, Anya is a committed life coach and motivational speaker, dedicated to empowering individuals and communities to achieve their full potential. She has conducted impactful sessions with organizations like the Rotary Club of Barbados, bringing her expertise in personal development and leadership to a diverse audience. Anya combines her legal acumen with her passion for service, community development, and mentorship, qualities she brings forward as she seeks to serve in public office. And I want to present to you our candidate who will be running in St. Philip North, Miss Anya Lord. Give it up for her.
Call she name again. Anya FOD. St. Philip North, stand tall. Friends of democracy, rise up. This is more than music. This is a movement. Anya Lord, hands in the air. St. Philip North, we everywhere.
Come, let me hear you. Good evening.
Feel the power in the atmosphere.
What's my name, please say? Anya Lord, thank you. Can't come behind somebody like Omar and leave me hanging. We got to hype it up. Now let me tell you something. Some of you may know that I have been very ill recently. And today I was dragging. But I dragged myself down here tonight because I believe that I have a calling. I believe that I need to show up and represent and let the people in St. Philip understand what true representation looks like. You see, many are called, few are chosen. And the people that you see standing with the Friends of Democracy political party, I am telling you that they are the chosen ones. Now, you heard from Omar just now. And I want you to understand that all you really experienced was a young man explaining and outlining to you what leadership with integrity should look like. It is leadership for the people, not for yourself. When people vote for you, they don't give you power, they give you trust. So we are going to talk a bit about integrity this evening. Because integrity is one of these words that has been floating around loosely, especially since the elections might be around the corner. Now, when I think about integrity, I think about accountability. I think about honesty. I think about transparency. Something interesting that also comes to mind for me is respect. And not just respect for the office that you hold, but respect for the people that put you there. So it baffles me, and y'all could tell me if you understand, because I don't know everything. It baffles me when I go through St. Philip North, speaking to not one or two people, but every person that I have a conversation with says to me, I don't know, I never see, I can't remember what my representative looked like. When last she come to a party. And that is a problem for me because St. Philip has no shortage of issues. I spoke to a not so young man who explained to me that he was at a bus stop, standing in a secluded area. And he heard gunshots that went off. When those gunshots went off, it sounded as though they were right next to his head. And at his ripe old age, he was down in the bush like a ninja. recounting that story to me, he's telling me that when the car with the gunman came up the road to turn around, he did not know if he was going to live or die. There is no shortage of issues in St. Philip to deal with. You want to tell me that you have several small establishments littered across St. Philip North, and not once you could go into the people's shop to buy even a malt? You don't have to buy a strong drink like me. You can buy a Coke or a malt. I can buy 2 or 3. I don't hide my mouth. You can buy a Coke or a malt. You can't turn up to support the very people that gave you the X to put the MP salary in your pocket. Not even $100 from that you could give back to the people. And the pension. Don't let me go there. But let me say something to you. I know that if I go into Emerald City Supermarket now, and I carry away a nice piece of proper pork, there is legislation in Barbados to deal with me, you know. I know that if you pass me and you go up to Royal Palm, up there in Coles, and you run away with the little food that they gave without paying for it, there is legislation in place to deal with you. And I can guarantee you that before the ink on that charge sheet dries, you're going to be in the court section of the paper next morning. So tell me, because I don't know everything, so I want you to tell me, with the legislations to hold politicians accountable in Barbados? Where is it? I understand that in 2023, the Integrity of Public Life Act was passed. Up to before I came here, I checked. There was no proclamation. I don't know if it changed in the last couple of minutes, but I was checking. There is no proclamation. So you want the accolades of telling the international community that you like transparency and accountability, but you don't want the oversight. I hear politicians don't carry away money. That's what I hear. I hear politicians is deal with policy. The permanent secretaries is deal with money. That's what I heard. And on paper, it might be true. Well, okay, thank you. The kickbacks, the millionaires that leave in politics soon. Where is the legislation holding the people that govern us accountable? That is what I want to know. But let me go down the road with this Economic and Diversification and Growth Act. Because if it is one thing that I recognize that this government is very, very good at doing, it is hiding and passing legislation. Hiding and passing legislation to pass it right under our noses. Might distract me with a party or two, a little walk up or two. And while we outside walking up and drinking up, them taking up we money, our hard-earned money, to give away. And if not for certain watchdogs, if not for persons who are civic-minded, we will know what's going on with our legislation. We will know till it start to cut we ass. I can say that word, right? Well, thank you. We will know till it start to cut we ass. I'll say it again. It can be integrity. We can't be putting up guardrails only when the lights are shining on you. Integrity got to happen behind closed doors too. Over the last 5 years, and I'm being very generous. My breadfruits hang low, so I ain't gonna call the names. But over the last 5 years, politicians, MPs, sitting in key positions in the government have been found in compromising positions. Some barely getting off by the hair on the chin or the chest. And those who know, know, and who don't know, don't know. Because I know some shouldn't get off either. But I am saying to you that some of these scandals are enough to destroy any other person's political career. And yet, these people continue to parade around in our faces and expect us to see them and treat them as though they have integrity, as though we could depend on their leadership, as though they have accountability. Well, a fish rots from the head. A fish rots from the head. And I don't care who likes what I have to say, but it is lawlessness all wrong. And if you see the behavior of the man on the street with the gun, he ain't no better than the body at the top, you know. He is no better than the person at the top. The lawlessness is at the top, and the fellas down there just emulating what they are seeing in the way that they can and know how. I have no affiliation with drug dealers. But I guess if I want to get popular, I should make friends with some. I might even start using two. My breadfruits hang low here. My breadfruits hang low. You let me keep moving. I want to talk a little bit about the Supreme Court. I want to talk a little bit about the Supreme Court and the slow pace of justice in Barbados. Now, I believe that if you're going to come to the public with a story, come with a full story. Don't come with a half a story. So when I get up in Parliament, I want to talk big about the judges. I don't know why judges don't like to defend themselves, but they don't. They talk big about the judges, they appoint more judges, the judges ain't writing decisions on time, they amend the constitution, do all kind of thing. Why would I don't tell the people that they ain't got the paper nor the blasted ink down at the court for me to get my decree absolutes when my matter is complete? Oh, pardon me? One clerk in the probate section, okay, but you ain't want to know how long it is take an application to go through probate. If you're lucky. If you're lucky. I just lose momentum, I ain't gonna lie to you. I start hot, and then I get tired. Because if it's one thing that's annoying me, is when I got my money in my pocket and a piece of paper stopping me from keeping my blasted sanity because a client calling me down for something that is out of my control. Tell them to get the paper and the ink down in the registry so that we could get our business going. The judge could only give a decision when the decision done. I want my certified copies in my order though. When the decision is given, I want my decree absolutes. I can't beat the clerk. I can't send them to go home and bring paper to give it to me. This is the ignorance and the hypocrisy. Because we live in a system where there is an illusion of integrity. There's no damn integrity. There's an illusion of integrity. You got people in Barbados that are facing real economic problems. High costs of living. You just heard Omar stand up and speak about the importance of being able to feed ourselves, because a country that can't feed itself is a country in crisis. And these are the issues that Bajans need to hear about. But I ain't done yet. Soon, but not yet. They got contracts from certain, well, from urban and our rural, right? I gotta say allegedly here now. Certain people, certain big up people get contracts to build poor people's houses and take the money, squander the money. The house ain't done or they're in the house. And I was told that I can't go into details about what happened with the money because they're my source. might find themselves in problems. But I just want you to know that you got several people in the communities that can't feed the children, can't maintain the families, can't pay the electricity or the water bill. Divert some of the money that wanna like giving away to these people, please. I saw recently my Prime Minister spoke at a press conference on a new social empowerment agency. What I've already said, and I will continue to say, that the social services in Barbados is crumbling, if not already crumbled. I don't know how a rebranding only will help, but we like to put plasters on sores, so we will see. But what I found interesting about her presentation was that she spoke about this suite of legislation that has been put in place, this modern legislation that has been put in place to modernize the way that we approach certain issues in Barbados. And one of the things that she mentioned was the Child Protection Bill. And that caused me to remember something. Because some of you may not know, but in around 2021, I had the privilege of representing two young women, young girls, sorry, they're young women, no, but young girls who suffered serious atrocities at the hands of persons at the government industrial school. And that matter took me through both the High Court and the Court of Appeal. And those girls were awarded damages to be paid into an interest-bearing account, to be paid out to them when they were 18 years of age. Now I want you to know that one will soon be 19. And the other one, I believe, is fast approaching 18. And they can't see the money yet. Can't see the money yet. And this is a decision that was given since 2022. We in 2026. So I ask you, where is the integrity? Where is the integrity? You suffered greatly the kind of abuse and atrocities that you experienced at the hands of people who were supposed to be caring for you. And the little damages that you should be able to go along with in your pocket, you can't even get that. But we happy to preach for the international community and everybody to hear about our new and revamped legislation. The legislation is good as it is on paper. If we don't have proper implementation, it ain't going nowhere. So this is what I will say to you. You cannot represent people you do not engage. You cannot understand struggles that you do not witness. And I've said it already tonight, and I will say again. When we give you a vote, it is not to put you in power. We lend you our trust. So I will join with Omar in saying to you this evening, look to the Friends of Democracy political party for new leadership. Look to the Friends of Democracy political party for integrity and accountability. Not just when it sounds good, not just when it looks good for the media, but when you are not looking, we are working. Because we believe in empowerment of the people. We are here for the people. And I've said this on the platform already, and I will say it again. There is no person that stands before you on behalf of the Friends of Democracy that does not have a proven track record already working in the community. They're not here telling you things because it sounds good. They're not here telling you things because they know it's the right thing to tell you. They are in the communities. Long before there was a Friends of Democracy, they were in the communities. Cutting people behind to help the people around them. And they now come here to continue to use their voice. And we know there is strength in unity. So I'm going to say to you tonight, be the change that you want to see. All these small screens, all the illusions, sweep them aside. Be the change that you want to see. I will close with this. I was told that I'm not supposed to talk about this on the platform. But well, if they're going to come for me, they better be good. Because I like trouble. But you know, a number of people have said to me, if you want to be successful in politics, you got to give away the money. You got to buy the vote. You got to drive vote in your car election day and hand out $100 bills. Several people have said that to me, and I know it is an unspoken rule, so y'all can pretend that you don't know. Y'all can pretend you don't know. But it is an unspoken rule. It happens. And I want you to understand that that in itself tells you how they feel and think about you, you know. They don't value you. They could buy you, and when them done buy you, them could go along back on whatever pedestal it is that they're sitting down on and do as they like to you. The $100 bill don't get you nowhere when they're done. So this is what I will say to you. This is what I will say to you. I ain't telling you don't take the money. If somebody give me a $100 bill now, I will take it too. But I don't know, I young enough to hear stories about corned beef politics, but not old enough to have experienced it. Or old enough to hear stories about it, but not old enough to experience it. You get the point. So what I will say to you, take the money, eat them out, and shit them out. And then let me get down to business. Put your ex in the right place. And let us do what is necessary to turn Barbados around. Not just for ourselves, but for our children and our children's children. Friends, good evening.
Hands in the air, St. Philip North, we everywhere. Women rising, strength we share. Feel the power in the atmosphere. Anya Lorde, sing it loud, oh. St. Philip North, strong and proud. Friends of democracy.
Give it up for Anya Lord, our candidate for St. Philip North. Oh my goodness. I believe that St. Philip North race is going to be hot. It's going to be hot. Yeah, it's going to be hot for sure. One thing that I like about Anya is that she's a realist, yeah? She's a realist. And that she would tell you her bare feels hang low. She's not afraid to tell you as it is. People in Windsor, I hope that you're enjoying this meeting tonight because we are here for you. And my next speaker, I like to call him Mr. Controversial because he's probably now the most controversial candidate within this political climate here in Barbados. And the people love him, actually. So you guys already have an idea of who I'm talking about. He's a favorite online. He's a favorite online. But I want to introduce to you tonight Mr. Ricky Andwele Williams. He was a former student of the Boys Foundation School, also known as the University of the Hill, on the Hill. While at school, he excelled and represented the school in all sporting disciplines. He represented Barbados in football at both junior and senior levels. He played football professionally for KSI Phoenix, while also representing Trinidad and Tobago in football. He was the founder and coach of the Deacons Farm football team. Ricky was one of the promoters of the first Banks island-wide road tennis tournament kept in Deacons Farm. Ricky has a second love, which is music, And as a musician, he traveled extensively through the North and South America, Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean, owning his craft. He was the musical director for the Wendy Allen Band for 11 years and has accomplished almost all of the local artists, Richard Stout, Gabby, Mr. Dale, Edwin Yearwood, and so on. In proclaiming his love for Christ and earning the name evangelist, he has used his musical talents to play with the backing band of gospel artists such as Jamaican Chevelle Franklin and Trinidadian Sherwin Gardner. Ricky Andwele Williams has been a driving advocate for the local music genre, spooge, arranging, recording, and producing the music daily. To this end, he's the owner of Trident 66 recording studio, producing and arranging music for some of Barbados' leading artists. Throughout the years, Ricky has been a political activist, maintaining the need to represent the people of his community by creating paths of success for them. This was further established when he became the manager of the Deacons Development Complex. Ricky was a former member of the Democratic Labour Party, as well as a serving member of the board of directors at UDC, Komai, and KDC. Of recent, Ricky Andwele Williams has become the second vice president of the newly formed Friends of Democracy political party. And I'm proud to say that he will also be contesting in the constituency of St. Michael Northwest. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ricky Andwele Williams.
They criticizing Ayatollah. They criticizing Nicaragua. They criticizing Cuba, Angola, and even Jamaica. They can't see the coal in their own eyes. They can't help but tell the people lies. Let me know you should unvictimize. They're so unwise, axeric flies. That's why I say, one day coming soon, the people will wake up.
I wish I could have sing. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I feel so happy tonight, ain't funny. Boy, FOD comes to age. Only last week, they was calling them a political analysts. We're talking a bunch of rubbish in the press. About advocacies and all sorts of foolishness. Playing down FOD, right? But they can't stop this train. God, them ain't God. Them ain't God. So let them talk. The more they talk, as Michelle Obama said, when the glory can go high. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest issue facing Barbados is, first, let me say hello to my friends in the world, because FOD gone to the world. We got friends listening to this and watching this now in Florida, Germany, France, Indonesia, Great Britain, New York, and South America. These are my friends that tell me they can be watching. I didn't know everybody else say got their friends. So this is the FOD has gone through the world, and I can show the significance of that later in my speech. But the most important thing that I think I should address tonight, and I'm going to start with it. I don't got paper, but I was sitting down there and my phone keep on ringing all the time. I want you to say this, I want you to say this, I want you to say this. I got to help my constituency because they can't talk for themselves up here. But the first thing, this is me. How have you walked through the length and breadth of Barbados? And you start to discuss politics and politicians. Everybody here would agree. Everybody is saying, I ain't doing a politician. I ain't doing the politics no more, man. The politicians are no good. The politicians all do the same thing. The wicked, the thieving, the this and the that. And they said, Lord have mercy, boy, we got an uphill task here. I said, but all can't be so. Yes, Ricky, all the politicians, none of the good, we done with them. I lie or not. Come when they're hearing this story too. Don't tell me when they're hearing this story. And especially the members of the FOD, because we went out yesterday canvassing, and we brought up some people that saying they're not doing the politics. Lord have mercy. This is what we come to in Barbados. That nobody wants to trust the people that they put to carry us forward. I thank God for people like Steve Blackett, because the woman said out there in the constituency yesterday, that is a good one. And you know, when they old people look at you and say, that's a good one, to say it from the heart. She didn't call the boy its name. So I thought tonight that I had to address this and try to let Barbados know that there's a group of people called the Friends of Democracy that will change all of that. Because we are not parliamentarians, nor we are not members of parliament. Even if we get elected to that place, we will always be representatives of the people. There's a distinct between a representative and an MP. An MP, a representative, represents you for the length of the tenure. An MP, when he gets in, he turns his phone off. Immediately as he gets in, I see it. I don't want nobody to tell me. I saw it with my eyes. Look at the phone ring. Oh, that's so put it down, go in the corner and talk. That's the same man that just promised these people the earth and the moon and the fullness thereof. And that's why the people so disenchanted with politicians. I thank God for this group, FOD, Friends of Democracy. Friends of Democracy, one or two pundits, I'm going to address this tonight because I want to put this to rest. I want you all to stop telling me to change this name. I want you all to stop telling me to change the name of Friends of Democracy. It don't sound like a political name. We don't want to sound like a political name. This is a mission from God to rescue the people of Barbados. So when you come out there and show, because you want us to look and show, BLP, NTP, TTP, PTV, and none of them. We're different. We are not the friends that Mayor Monty calls my friends. This is real friends of democracy. And there's a reason for being the friends of democracy. Because we found ourselves out here with a group that carried the name Democratic, that acted undemocratic. So we're showing people how to be friends of democracy. Because democracy is what we live in and breathe. And this country get to where it got because of democracy. That's why the people in Venezuela cry for murder. And all these countries in the world that got dictators random and Barbados slowly going into that. So God told us that this is the phrase of democracy. Democracy. There can never be a better word for any group. Because we are friends, but we are friends of that institution called democracy. And democracy is for the people, by the people. And the act that happened in the George Street last year, not last year, I still in 2025, forgive me. The act that happened in 2024 in George Street was as undemocratic as any act that ever happened, even in Russia. Palace school, they could call it anything. All the things that they had is guns, and they brought the police, but the police had guns at the side. So I don't know what that mean. Yeah, because somebody want to tell me one time if you could get the e-bike. You was there. That's the type of people. So they cannot represent anything that is called democratic. So don't come to the public now dressed up. And operationally, if you are a child of God, you're a demon. You went into that institution that the people elected a president and his general secretary, re-elected them with the democratic process. That's how it works. Elect and re-elected them. And you went in there and you brought a rat. When you can find the mice and the mice that you had out, then the cockroaches can work. You went and get a rat and brought him out there. The Lego leptospirosis in there and destroyed that party that Harold Barrow made. And now you come in and we want to throw in the pundits out there that lives off of politicians. These political analysts that lives off of politicians and politics. This is the new day. That's why I chose this song. One day coming soon. Because we're going to get out of town. Because we're going to live off of politicians, off the backs of the people. And when they want to put FOD in a corner, you can't get it do. Not when they're alive. Can't shut me down. You see, Bar Stacks is a program I like because it gives Barbarians a chance to hear the views. But I got one or two moderators from Bar Stacks that every time they get to FOD, they're shutting me down. It cannot work. We ain't going to let it happen to us. And don't let me go start. Because I got all the receipts. Up to the day I heard it. Well, you know, they got two major parties. And you know, some of them, sometimes they wonder where they're born. Because I didn't got nothing to do with education. Because I is a lawyer. I is more Bajan than me. Because he's Bajans. But I hear one today, he start very pretty sometimes, and sometimes he start very pretty. He start very pretty. And I hear him today trying his effort best. I don't know if you all heard him too, you know. Trying his effort best today to say that Barbados got two parties. And the man calling and tell him, you know, you're real red, and he get offended because you're red like the shut you down and make you purple. So he angry now. He write the whole calypso. He spent 7 minutes in a song quarreling with the Prime Minister for not getting a pick. I don't have to take people foolish. So he's not telling the man he's neither fish nor fowl. You're a liar. You are a liar. From the pit of hell. You get set back. And now you see a party that rise up to represent the people, and you're trying to treat you with scorn. You're drunk. You don't know who you're dealing with. I ain't angry, you know. I just concerned because it got stopped. Because the people in Barbados suffering. One of my phone calls I got just now, he said, I got to talk about the hospital. No, I got to talk about it. I always plan to talk about it tonight because I got a friend of mine, a dear friend of mine that passed away yesterday. Yesterday evening, I was down the farm, usually with the fellas sitting down, cooling out, and we get the news, and the man tell me, make sure you sit down. I said, somebody there? He said, yeah, but I thinking who? And when he tell me that Michael had died, man, I feel it in my stomach. That was my football manager. A regular, a nice guy. You know what, Kitty? Be careful here. You all out there, be careful. They got something that going around that more vicious than when COVID was here. It got the hospital in a state. I don't know if you've seen the video that's circulating in Barbados now. A woman was telling you about she went to the hospital. I ain't getting all wrong it, but she cried when she saw the state of the A&E in the hospital. The A&E. How people were in there lying down, crying and hollering. There is something going on in Barbados now. That the Prime Minister that like press conferences. Love press conferences. My friends, come and address this. Because this is a serious and deadly issue. My granddaughter was sick with it. And I thought I was going to lose her. I don't know who else wrong here. Anya said she was well. Protect yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know where it come from. Somebody said it come from the ship that was just in the port. I don't know where it come from. But whatever it is, and this is the tourist season too, whatever it is not a pleasant sickness. And you got to protect yourself. It going wrong. You're attacking your throat, and it making you go in the toilet. It is not easy. That is point one. They tell me they could talk about the potholes. I said, we can't talk about the potholes because potholes has been with us now for the last 10 years or 11 years. He said, not that way. You remember that when they had the World Cup football cricket, that they paved some roads in Barbados? You all remember that? I'll give you some evidence. They paved these roads in a hurry. They forget that they got to raise or lower the hydrants. So the holes that they're filling, the hydrants became the pothole. The hydrant, check and see, boom, every 5 minutes. You had it dropping down or hitting one guy up. But lo and behold, it was a $60 million. This $60 million that I talked about last meeting with the $75 million, this $60 million not becoming just as significant as the $75 million. Because they said at that time that it was a $60 million fast project. And Sherry, the fellow that number 1 and number 2 business, he was quarreling along with 1 or 2 VSL people that thought that they should get the job to get the $60 million and they should get a little decay. And quite rightly too. And the ministry said that they were not adequate enough to do this thing in the time that they want it done, so they had to get somebody to do it. But they'll take care of them later. Sherry must get taken care of later because I hear you saints. Ain't fooling me. The hustle down these roads from airport all the way down as far as we think the tourists will go. So they went right down to the Animal Flower Cave. The road's gone, there's just as much potholes then now as then. And every day they're getting worse. That's the same $60 million that get thrown away in those roads. They were never done properly because they were done by their friends. They can't be reputable people that did that road and the road's in this condition. That's the first pothole problem that I got. Where you took $60 million of taxpayers' money and gave it to your friends to build these roads, and the roads now are in a horrible condition. And who is responsible for it? You maybe got to pay about $60 million more to do it. Because I would assume as a businessman that if I give Kerry a job to do, Kerry's a musician, and if I tell Kerry I got a gig done and you charge me to do the gig and you come and do the gig inadequate, I can't give you all the money. You got to fix the gig for me. I can't give it. This goes right across the board. You get paid for the work that you do. So I am seeing this work in Barbados being done. Disgusting work. And I say that tonight. I don't care who get vexed that run these companies. The work is horrible work. And when it is supposed to be repaired, like there's nothing in the contract, remedial work that will tell you that if it breaks out in a certain amount of time that you got to come and repair it free of cost because you get paid for it already. We are left with it to saddle another burden. Now, they're not even smart enough to know that if a hole break out here, to get to that hole as soon as possible and fix it. They let the hole get as bad as it can get. Obviously, you know that when that hole starts, like cancer, it starts stretching. And next thing you know, the whole road going to get fixed. Now, you know what I said again? Wasted of public funds. $60 million of our money that we got to pay back for. Because we the pay back people. The government is the receiving people, but we the pay back people. That got to stop. There is no excuse for lawlessness in government. Because if we elect you to run the government, and you can't get it run, call it by election, put it up there for everybody, and let me see who can get the government. And I say that to say this. Last year, in a year time, I've seen some defections from people that were in the front line. Only yesterday, I see Liam got excuse from Corey Lane. He can call his name because he was in the press. And he was trying to explain. I don't know what he was trying to do. But I call it explain. I named up. He was trying to explain why he ain't coming back. 3 years in, a young man, because he could be only about 30, 31, 32, somewhere around there. A young man that was full of vigor. A man that was just aspiring to be the second highest office in government, Attorney General. He was Attorney General number 2. And he's saying now he's not coming back. He's making way. And that excuse ain't around well with Barbadians. That's why I choose this song. One day coming soon, the people can wake up. Because if you think that we can don't solve that on your life. He is the same person that the Prime Minister gave a bankroll to look after the criminals. In other words, to dress it up. to look after the criminals to keep them from committing crime. So they brought him when the smiling man can get it done. They didn't fire the smiling man because he got some power that the prime minister can't touch. They didn't fire him. They kept him laughing and smiling. But they brought this young, sharp guy with a history of being a rebel too. And they say a rebel, you could determine it how you want, which type of rebellion you did. But they brought him to quell this storm with the crime. And it started out good. Because you know when you see money and you talk about it just now. Many politicians got money that's get out real pretty. But the money is dried up. And the money dried up and the crime start back. And he went absent. There was some other story going on, Barbados, where he went absent too. But I know the one that he went absent with is that one with the crime. The rest is speculation, but that one is a fact. The other one might be a fact too, but this one is a fact. He went into hiding in a little island like Barbados that is as big, you can run around it or swim around it. And he was into hiding now for about almost a year out the 3 years. He went into hiding. Mr. Corey Lane went into hiding and then came out yesterday with a lame duck excuse why he's not running again. Now, that opened up a lot of worms. That little thing, that's a domino effect now. Because the seat is up for grabs. And they got some names that button the bowing for this seat. And one of these names that are there is one that was in the other party. He was not only in the other party, he was the first vice president of the other party. He was a member of parliament for 3 terms. Not 1 term, not 2 terms, but 3 terms as a cabinet minister. He's, as they call it now in law, he's a luminary eagle. They say he's one of the top lawyers in the Caribbean. Why you want to get back in parliament so bad? That you will sell your birthright. But I want you all to study. That way talking so soft tonight, you know. Why you want to get back in parliament so bad? Why you don't call out a CV for you that will make people's heads shudder? A stalwart. Why you want to get back in? Especially for a woman that you tell me that she's better off dead. In conversations, you know, we were on the other side. And she said the same thing about you too. And she would like to lock you up. You know, so you see why people tell me that they don't want no part of politics? Now, it is rumored there's a fellow that carries the same surname as me that run side of me in the next party. He now is lining up to run for the next side in the city. He carries the same surname as me, and my name is Ricky Williams. You can put his Christian name on, but he is lining up. Next to him is the guy that was on brass tacks. That all of a sudden he vanished. I can't call that name, because I might call that name, it might sound wrong. And I might say cursing. So I always say that he's an Asian. I'm risking that, but I ain't calling that name or nothing. But he lining up too. I know the dark horse in the field who don't put his head in front. The rest of two now is the long guy from St. Philip North that was just so ashamed to walk into his new party. He walked in with a white shirt and carried one of our people that was playing us along too. I ain't got no feelings for them, you know. Who got feelings for them, but not me. One thing I don't like is there's people that is mama guy people. String along people. They ain't got no respect for them at all. See me and don't see me. He took her along. And they sat up front. Because one thing I like about the Prime Minister, you can't hide from she. When she put that brand on your hacks, your brand, come and sit down here. And he said, no, you know, you got a funny looking look in your face. And he got this, it wrong. You know that he wrong being there, but he did, right? And I watching him, but the other one over there, she got a big smile, because I know what she expecting from the Prime Minister. But he know, this one now, in his white shirt, everybody in a red shirt. And I look at the video, and the people watching me. What you doing here? What you doing here? But the Prime Minister did like this. Huh. Put on this shirt. Put on this red shirt. I know God got me to judge that when he had to put on that shirt, it felt like thorns in his back. Because hard or soft, that person that I know is a bona fide Democrat Labour Party person. He spent his whole life attacking the Barbados Labour Party. But he's lining up now to be, he don't need to be an AG. He make more money than any AG in Barbados. And he ain't gonna make a good AG because he don't talk too well. He good for criminal court because he's gonna bring evidence. And he know that feel because he's rally around that. He's playing that arena. But AG, well, we already got an AG that, I gotta watch my words. We already got AG that always smiling. How you can bring him out to be an AG? And I've a man in there that carries a name from the Bible that was waiting to be AG every since. Well, that can cause a lot of trouble. It caused the rat to get vexed because he thought he should be AG too. I don't know what it is about AG that they want. Anyhow, the political game is on. The mistrust that the people got in the country of Barbados on politics and politicians is real. And I have no quarrel with them because that is the facts that are presented to them. We, the Friends of Democracy, are different. And that's why we're coming out to the people throughout the land from Ref of Barbados to let you know who we are. Judge us with a fine-tooth comb. We here ask any questions. Most of you know us because most of our candidates are running in constituencies that they were brought up in. Nobody can send them in there like they send this man down the city. Because when they can cut up and make 4 seats up there in St. Philip, it would have looked too bad. There was a St. Philip East that was muted. So they can't risk that yet. So they started to go down the city because that one ready made. I could always tell that little boy, move from here, gone. Most of us come from the constituency where we come from, where we were born. The president, political leader, she come from out here, it's in Philip South. And when he thought they put it down that, man, you know, if you look at her, look at the beautiful little slim darky. Pretty as ever. See she there? You know who she ran against? One that's called the Pitbull. Go big company platform and do go. Cursing going bad. And this little chihuahua. This little chihuahua said, she all want to hear me. She said, I'm frightened. I going home and my people. She had a choice, you know, she did lead the party. She could choose what she want, right? She walked into the lion's den, this character. This is where called character. This is where I want running the country. This is character, get cold bumps. Look at Ian, look. They get so big, they look like somebody in my last from my hand. Because that is missing in today's politics in Barbados. That is the problem that we face. That's why the people tell me we do not want anything to do with politics or politicians. Not me. I down home. I at Deacon's Farm. Look, I so significant with Deacon's Farm that Jason wanted me this evening. And Jason went home at me. Jason still think that I live downside the farm. Got and left. So he figured, if I want, like, I can go on the farm fee. He went all the farm this evening looking for me. Because that's my town. That's where I was born. Deacons, Brandons, Spring Garden. Oh, that's my area. I know I served down there my entire life. I didn't just come. I ain't going to do like Walters. I want them to come and tell people with a CV. They read the CV. Ain't going to read the CV for me and deacons, you know. I am a CV. And deacons, everybody know me. And a family, not only me, you know, I have a family of service. The Williams family is a family of service. I had an uncle that went up the steps. I got 3 brothers that represent Barbados in football. I got 2 sons that represent Barbados in football. I got a grandson that representing Barbados in table tennis. I must forget somebody calling somebody name funny. We got a history of service. We in the fly by night, we known. We brand. My grandmother was the only midwife back in the 50s and the thick 40s and the early 60s in the whole entire area, Deacons, Blackrock, Goodland, Westbury Road. My grandmother, Westmere Williams. Almost every child that born out there. My grandmother hold them and bring them out the mother's womb and put them on the table. My grandmother cut the neighbor's string. We got a history of serving. I had an uncle that left Barbados as Mr. Barbados in bodybuilding and went to England, became Mr. England. We ain't no come. I ain't going to get on deacons and tell nobody this is who he is. You live out there and nobody don't know you. Which means that you never served. All of a sudden now, as you told your friend, and I ain't a lawyer, but I know law a little bit. You told your friend, I can't say he. I said, as you told your friend, ma, come and get in this thing. You only got to do 2 terms and you get a pension. It's a shame. That's what these people think. That's why the people say, we have nothing to do with politics. All they did tonight is this issue, you know. We have nothing to do with politics or politicians. And that's why Friends of Democracy, that's what makes the journey for Friends of Democracy difficult. Because here now, you find a genuine group of people got to go through this walk. But the Bible tells that where do I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, because God is with me. Thy rod and staff, they comfort me. This is who we are. We know we're going through it. We know the Egyptians running away. But we know when we get to the Red Sea and this is the God and now God can part it and we're going to walk through it. The Surrey can't win, you know. The Surrey is this and me that. And how much since you got 12? We don't need more than 12 to win. Let me teach you my then for the people out there that when they're really working out this thing. They got 3 parties in Barbados right now, parties. Kimar them is a group. I told 3 parties. 2 running 30 seats. One of them could run 12 or 6. Maybe 1. I want, we got 12 now, but I know that we might get 16. You don't want more than that. Because with too much cook to spoil the broth. Not right now. But I know that if we get, when God put these 12 there, that's a winner. Because the DLP and the BLP split the other 18. 9 and 9 can't be more than 12. Or 10 and 8 can't be more than 12. So don't tell me that we can't win. The math proves that we can win. And that's why God set it up the way he set it up. Because God has always been in the business of doing things like this, showing off. God is the biggest show-off in the world. Because when things look impossible, when Lazarus the dead, God, and he stink. And people say, man, you can't live, you can't hear for you and say Lazarus get, man. That's the God that brings this party. That's the God that we serve. The same number of disciples. Jesus had the choice to pick 16 million, and he chose that 12. And he worked that 12 did to change the whole entire Israel. We didn't just come here. We were chosen by the Almighty. They were chosen by the Almighty. All the threats that they send out to us, and they do. Because some of these people think that they themselves think that they're God. And they are exempt from any criticism. How dare you say the Prime Minister is special? I said it. I'm pulling it back neither. I said it. Well, right. I didn't derogatory in saying it. He said you were special. You know who's special for me? God. You're a human being like anybody. You feel that you're a God. Not you just a human being. They cut you, you bleed. You can't even get 30 people in the house, 70 rent. Because all this ignorance that going on, and Bajans so afraid that they ain't talking. Because all these people dropping out and getting sick. Look at what happened in the St. Michael Central. You shut down a horse and bring a horse, and the horse push your head in front, and another horse said, no, I want you here, and jump in here. This is what happened in that party. The warring inside, you know what tribal wars bring? A ton of division. So how you going to run the country when you warring? Amongst yourselves, not this unit we got here. This chosen crowd. We don't want the division. We got too much a job at hand. The only party that got a pastor in it, and an evangelist in it, and a minister in it. The prime minister, you know, the prime minister, we ain't only a prime minister, you know, she's a minister of the gospel. You know what the evangelist I go and tell? I go and tell people how the goodness of God. Because without God, they wouldn't be here standing up tonight. A lot of people will be here. Especially in FOD. The way they bring the police at George Street for us. The way they try to tarnish Steve Blackett's name. A man of impeccable character. A man, and they tried to tarnish a man that was elected. You know the significance of this? That I know we chosen. The Saturday before they signed, the people went back into George Street. The Dems gathered. The Dems, I ain't talking about rock crowd. And they said, we didn't have to do it, but they said, let me go vote now. And it was 70 somebody to 2. For who don't know? For 2. And they walk out the Democrat Party. They get around the Democrat Party. And we was coming back to do this Sunday. God, boy, I say God, love God. Because I figure I going to my church this Sunday, he's paying the bar, so I go to church. So I ain't going to go to George Street later. And they did the wickedness in the night. God teases room by the night. They did the wickedness by the night. And by the time the Sunday morning came, and the people started to go to the auditorium to conduct their business, the police was there, the army was there, and the rat people was there and got the doorbell off. And the thing that hurt me is that they had some of the oldest people that built this party, that party. People croaking the legs. People that blind, can't see. Sad. That was one of the saddest days in politics in Barbados. It didn't hit home really yet, you know. 30 or 40 or 50 years, they can do a case study of that, you know. The debacle in George Street, the 24th of August, 24th and the 24th of August, 2023. 2024. You know what I mean, these numbers. That would be a case study. How a rat and a rat pack walked in there and destroyed our Barba's party. Right? But God showed me in a vision, you know, that the party was dead, but we won't walk away. It was dead from the time Barba died. The decay was there evident. From the time Barba died, they were fighting and quarreling. And nobody could have stemmed that tide. God chose us, the disciples, to come out. Not only out of there, but to come and run this country, Barbados, and run it properly. A country that everybody would have a fair share. You hear the people that are here tonight. You hear the Reverend. You hear Kerry. Who else was here? Anya. Are you hear the Minister of Food? Because the first time saints, I can't remember ever, and it was in politics 1,000 years, the first time ever I heard anybody with any policy that makes sense on agriculture is right here tonight in St. George. Never heard it before. And the man did it with a passion. You know why? You see, he born on the farm. In St. Thomas on the farm. You know what St. Thomas ain't got to see. So he struggled up there to get little water sometimes. You know what it is to grow a farm in St. Thomas? When you see significance of that, this man going to be a real significant man, He was living on a farm in St. Thomas. St. Thomas ain't going to sea. And he come up here tonight and discuss agriculture like how he would talk about music or football. Comfortably taught me some things about it and how we could make Barbados a better place, how we can feed our people, because that's the most important thing. A hungry man is an angry man. People are hungry. We'd like to see people poor. I tell you, people are hungry. A lot of these little 6-cent robberies that you're seeing is not violent crime, It looks like violent crime. It's a hungry man reacting. I know them. I know these guys. When the police hold them, they cry from the time the police hold them to the time they get in jail. And when they're in jail, they're still crying. Them are the criminals. Them is children with heartbreak in this society that we live in. Because I will finish on this. I'll walk right back into that. The system that we got in Barbados is so old that the only body that will survive a little bit are academics. A little bit. Because they got academics now. It get to them now that they're even struggling. If you are not an academic in Barbados, God help you. There is no room in Barbados for an entertainer, a musician, or an athlete. None. You got to reach the top of the pinnacle before you can get any assistance. It is a rare occasion that it happens. Because you need assistance to reach there. In this competitive world now, it is very unlikely that you can ever be able to compete without assistance. And the government is not creating the atmosphere that we could start it from at school. Because if they were thinking the biggest business in the world is sport, followed closely by entertainment, actually you could put the two together. They're trillion-dollar businesses, not millions. What is the number after trillion? Quadrillion? I know. A zillion? Quadrillion? What sports and entertainment bringing? We got a little girl from Westbury Road that got $2 billion in less than 14 years. Elon mustn't do that. The Orange Hair Man never did that. In less than 14 years, a little girl that sang umbrella, 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 14 years. You understand? You see, this was I laugh, I put it in a way I can laugh. But you see the significance of what I'm talking about? And this is no start, We have always had some of the greatest athletes the world has ever seen. We just don't highlight them. And entertainers too, and musicians too, we don't highlight them because we do not play, we don't highlight our stars. The only boy that get highlight in Barbados are politicians who only come to serve, but they think that they're movie stars. You see how they dress and walk about? And meeting people and greeting people? You come to serve that way. You come to serve that way. And this is something that we're changing. We are servants. Raymond talked about it earlier. We're servants to the people. We want fun. Raymond is not in government yet. And Raymond is already representing his people. He's doing a job that our older should be doing. But Raymond doing it nevertheless. Because Raymond never streamed buried in that constituency. That is the type of people that you got in Friends of Democracy. If you ain't got that in your spirit, in the wrong place. The people in Barbados will see it as we move around. And they will understand that politics is alive and well. And all politicians are not criminals. If you call the rest before that, we surely are not going to give the chance for FOD to do that. Friends of Democracy is a party that was formed out of some unforeseen circumstances. But everything that come into this earth, even Jesus, who was God, came under those circumstances. You don't get greatness unless you come. You don't get refined unless you go through the fire. And we had to go through the fire to get there. Good night and God help us.
They criticizing Ayatollah. They criticizing Nicaragua. They criticizing Cuba.
Great love volume.
Angola and even Jamaica. You can see the coal in their own eyes. They can't help but tell the people lies. Them me know you should unvictimize. They're so unwise, axeric flies. That's why I say, one day coming soon, the people will wake up.
One day is coming soon. Residents in Windsor, are you still with us tonight? We're winding down. We're coming down to the end. We have one more speaker, and you can pretty much guess who this next speaker will be, because we've had a speaker for St. Philip South. We have had one for St. Philip North. And it's about time that we jump in and start dealing with the issues for St. Philip West. Now, I heard Leka mention about this race, that we have a pit bull, and how our leader is a chihuahua. But I beg to differ, because I can tell you that this lady is a fighter. Don't estimate her. She is a serious fighter. And one of the things that I want to just encourage persons and talk a little bit about, because Leka also would have mentioned how this party was birthed by God. And he talked about the importance and something special about the number 12. But one thing that I could say that I've recognized, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first new and third party where there's actually a leader that is very likable. You see, in the past, we have had other new and third parties emerging, but they never really stood out because the leader was not that likable. They never really carried a national presence. And so one of the distinguishing factors when it comes to Friends of Democracy is that we actually have a leader who is well known and very likable to the public. And people will St. Philip West, because I got to give her a very good and special introduction. Some persons may say that I'm very biased, but I can tell you that there is a very strong likability factor in this leader. The likability factor is there. And people of St. Philip West, I want you to know that you have a strong leader to represent you in this area. We have been going up and down throughout St. Philip West, and all over that we're hearing, many persons don't even know who the minister is for this area. As far as we're concerned, it is like the minister was a magician, because abracadabra, and they've never seen her. She just disappeared. And I don't know if they're just taking note from the PM who said, give me the vote and watch me. But you can't even see her. There's nothing to see. So I'm encouraging the people of St. Philip West to make sure that you give this next speaker your full ears. You've been seeing her all over around. She's going to represent Windsor very well. Just a little bit about her. Her name is Miss Karina Goodridge. She's an attorney at law with over 7 years of practice in civil law, litigation, contract, estate, and personal injuries. She is 38 years of age, and she ran in the January 2022 election in St. Philip West and made strong connections and new relationships as a first-timer in the political race. Karina is highly goal-oriented and possesses a spirit of determination, which does not allow her to give up under any circumstance. Her professional background is in banking and insurance. She has written articles which were featured in the Nation newspaper of Barbados. She has been a voice on Brass Stats, commenting on different topics and the youth. She did youth development programs with Agape Help Counseling Services. She's a God-fearing woman and puts God first in everything that she does. She sings and writes her own music, which has featured on the radio. Karina's first talent show was actually the Richard Stout Teen Talent Show, where she was a finalist in 2006. She was a part of the Honey Jam Barbados 2013 showcase. She's a former Garrisonian and has always exemplified leadership skills and reminds people that it doesn't matter where you start, but it matters where you finish. She has also taken part in NIFCA and was a member of Barbadian tanks such as Gladiators, and she's also a registered business owner of East Wing Legal. She has entered politics to make a difference and to give back to her nation. And I can safely tell you that this young lady is a powerful woman who is going to be fighting on your behalf. Can you just stand on your feet as I just welcome the president and leader of Friends of Democracy, Mrs. Karina Goodridge.
Let the sweet music go all across Windsor and reach in every single area of this constituency. That is our Friends of Democracy song. I hope that song wake you up tonight. If you're tired, I want us to wake up, Barbados. Tell your neighbor, wake up, wake up. The president of Friends of Democracy is here. And we are outside, and we are outside in numbers. And when we come out, we are coming out to send a message across this nation. So you can load the music. Because the time for the fun has now ended. And we're going to start the real party in here without the music tonight. Now you might have seen me walking about with my Bajan flag because I take pride in this. And I represent Barbados. Friends of Democracy represent Barbados. And you see this flag? This flag should never be buried. This flag should be raised high because of our dignity and because of our pride. This don't belong in the soil. This belongs right here with true representation. We represent Barbados. And when you are in government, you are supposed to represent the people who elected you. Yes, this flag is symbolic, but this flag is to be raised on high. This flag represents us. When people see this flag, they already know what we represent. And the government of this country must give us a reason why we should want to feel so proud when we see this flag. This flag should not be filled with blood. This is not a flag that when you look at it, all you see from afar is the bloodshed in the nation. Not this flag. I raise this flag because this flag is suited to be up on high. Why would we bury it? It suits to be on high. And I will repeat myself. Now I thank each and every one of you for being out here tonight. I want to first of all thank Tipzy Taste Bar for having us out here. Because we come to represent you. And I come to fight for you because I recognize in this country that there's a need for the representatives that are already in power to recognize that the Humpty Dumpty type of leadership has come to an end. We don't want Humpty Dumpty to sit on the wall of responsibility and crash it. Because as they are crushing the same people that elected them in Parliament. When you hear about Humpty Dumpty, I give you this nursery rhyme so that it will catch your mind and you will listen to me carefully tonight. Because Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall and Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. And there's a message that we can learn about this Humpty Dumpty. Is that some mistakes, when you think as a representative of the government that you can come back and fix it, it will be a message that you will learn that it is too late for you. It is too late for you. You could bring the kings and the horsemen, but it will be too late to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Because you have disappointed the people. You have disappointed them with the Humpty Dumpty leadership. All the promises. Look at St. Philip West where I represent. I walk around everywhere. I went from Charnox, Hopefield, Marshfield, passed through Six Roads, and people are even requesting me in certain areas, and they're saying, come up, Breezy Hill. Come up. Because you know why? They are not seeing the person that they elected. I don't know if they're out at sea talking about some social empowerment agency, and you always have to hide against the behind the big boss. You can't even canvass in this area, and I come to send a strong message because I come in powerful. St. Philip West needs representation. St. Philip South needs proper representation, and St. Philip North needs it. So we didn't just come out here tonight just to talk, no fancy talk. I don't do pretend. I don't do fake. That is not me. I tell people, whether if you want to call me a politician, you better call me a radical individual because I'm going to be a radicalist. That is why I emerge, because I hate foolishness. And part of my gift to St. Philip, I will give them. If I don't buy red and I don't buy the bug off, let me tell you, I will have every insecticide and every repellent that will tell the bees, don't come back up here. Don't come back if you don't represent us well. Because we are Barbadian. We are people that should value ourselves. And when you see representation is lacking, it means there's a lot of mistrust. I have went to doorsteps where people have said, are you a bee? If you are a bee, I don't want you to come here. And these are things that people in the other areas don't know about. So I'm going to use my time today to let you know. Matter of fact, residents are telling me that the same minister, I don't know if the change from floor to the cell, but your phone was working the last election, and as soon as you get elected, the phone then working no more. Why is that the phone then working no more? The people want to build a relationship with you. The people want to ensure that you can hear their concerns and that you could bring them an answer. And then poor people like us then from Friends of Democracy with a clean slate, never done you anything, but the people are hurt. The people are hurt and the people are fed up. And unless we speak out and change something in this nation, we're going to recognize that there are going to be many people that will stay home when it comes to election day. But we cannot allow them to steal our votes. Because at the end of the day, if we do not go into that ballot box and put that X, we are letting them win. We are letting them win over this nation. And one of my candidates, Miss Lord, talked tonight, and she was speaking about the whole buying votes thing. And as I was sitting there, I said, whoa, these are things that I hear about when I am canvassing right here in St. Philip. I hear about all the money that is passed to hands. And I want to urge you, Barbadians, that is not the solution for you. Because that is a temporary answer. And after the election has passed, then your problem still remains. I take my job so seriously. If I don't take it seriously, then I could be going and playing cricket or backing ball. I could play the bat and ball too. Because whatever I put my mind to, I can do it. One resident asked me, so Miss Goodridge, what makes you think that you could lead? I want to know. And I said, well, great question. But I want you to turn that question around and ask yourself, what makes you think that the ones that are leading any good? Because I said recently when I was in Christchurch East Central, look at the sort of legislation that's being passed. The legislation that is being passed is very punitive. We don't have legislation that is groundbreaking in this nation. Legislation that when you see it is passed, we can celebrate and say that that solves a social issue on a widespread scale of people. We can only say, okay, we passed the tint law. Okay, they passed the tourism accommodation bill into an act. And now, what is that? All you're hearing about is car rental levy or some fine. The same old story. When it comes to the police act, you're hearing about non-compliance. And if you don't comply, then there's a fine or there's some large payment that you have to make. And they have so much draconian measures in place that you must follow. I want you tonight to wake up, Barbados, because these are serious matters. Barbados, if I could send a message to you tonight, it would be not another 30-0, not another 30-0, not another 30-0. Somebody catch it. Because there can never be another 30-0, and I will not understand why anyone who really understands good governance will ever want another 30-0. There must be a secret behind it if what you want is 30-0. Because if you believe strongly in democracy and the voice of the people and the voice of the nation being heard, you will know that if you make all of the decisions and there's no one standing on the other side, you can do as you like, and you don't even have all the brilliant answers with your team yourself. So you need somebody over there to keep checks, to keep balances, to check out what you're doing. Look at what happened with the Economic Diversification Growth Fund bill. Check it out. Even the economists had their concerns. And I mean, we don't get the consultation that we need. Hey, am I just criticizing tonight? I'm telling you, we need a legislation in this country that we could celebrate. And not just talking about these bills or acts, because they become the acts really fast and they sneak them in around that Christmas time. And you're like, wow, we're celebrating Christmas, but what's happening here? There wasn't enough consultation. They didn't even talk to us. They didn't talk to the businesses. They didn't talk to the citizens of the nation. But then these pieces of legislation are passed. And no matter how vague they are, no matter how you criticize them, there's nobody really on the other side taking things serious to speak to you. Because as we all know, if I have to bring out my rat trap, I'm going to bring out the rat trap. Because you're going to consider all of them that have disappointed the people of this nation. It makes me upset, and that is my true emotion. Because it is I that would take my feet and walk to different areas, and St. Philip West have over 10,000 people. And to reach all of those, and if I have to say, well, I did a poll, and that poll is showing me the disappointment from both sides of the fence. And as Mr. Matthew Thorne said tonight, he rightfully said it. We are another option. We are another option that are telling you, look, if you give us that opportunity and you say, okay, I select Karina, I select another candidate in her team, yes, we are making sure that we keep the bees in check. Why else would we take your vote for? We are here to do a job. I have a serious problem with people who take up jobs and then don't like to put in the work. Because if you are chosen to do something, then you need to get up and work. We can't be lazy. Laziness just brings lazy results. So we need to be transparent as a nation, and we need to have the consultations in this nation that are necessary, because there should be a togetherness in the country. This is Barbados. This is not a one-man show. It is not a dictatorship. And if you stay home tonight and you're in your house, I understand. I've heard residents told me there is a fear. They don't want to be seen. People feel as though when they come out and they support this kind of politics, that they are going to be targeted. This is Barbados. No, this is Barbados, a country where if you choose to follow a political party, you could be targeted. And as Andrele said tonight, some people don't even want to call friends of democracy, but it doesn't stop our work. We are not going to stop what we have to do because we have to get the message across in this nation. So again, when I come out and I ask about things like Cara Festa, I'm still asking. And you don't have the answer because I'm asking, what did you budget? How much was spent? And that is my fair question because I understand that taxpayers have to pay the burden. They always do. So you have to ask these questions too. Remember when I leave here today, questions and answers, questions and answers. Ask the questions, I get the answers because we need it. So if the government is holding the public purse and they are spending, you have a right to know how much is being spent. Was it an open checkbook? Was it an open checkbook? You said, and I'm going to say you, because I ain't calling no name. You said, you minister from the government said in September, and this is why everybody needs to buy a Nation newspaper. You said that you will let us know what was spent and it wouldn't take you long. But yet still, we are in January 2026 and we still don't have a clue what was the budget. And I still believe that there are people still waiting to be paid. Are we sloppy in this country? You voted for sloppy governance. You are selecting sloppy governance. You are choosing that for yourself. And then you are allowing ministers then to come and smile in your face and ride on the ticket of party loyalists. I've asked people, but what made you think that you would choose that fella or that girl? And they would say, well, you know, no. Well, I come along, just following them. So I just come along, research Barbados. I want a wisdom to come across this country like never before. I want our eyes to open. And that is why I come on assignment, I come on assignment to spill the tea. I did a video today and I tell them, look, when they want me to spill the tea and I will spill it. And whatever I do, well, as an attorney, I still got to go to court. So whatever I do, I will do it in a professional manner. I will do it in a true professional manner. Because nobody can misquote me. When they ain't going to misquote me, I know the God I serve and the one I got to answer to. So as I said, we deserve transparency and we deserve consultation on matters. Look at Barbados when it comes to the privatization of the transport boards. We have to consider the pros and the cons and ask ourselves what we are ready for. And not only that, we have to look at the matter on a broad scale and recognize that there was a document being leaked and we had no clue. So unless documents are leaked, some of us don't know the real truth because too many things are hid up. They are hid up, and if you want a true representative that's going to go all the way to find the truth, looking FOD, Friends of Democracy. Looking FOD. Because at the end of the day, the bus fare will go up. And one thing about when you privatize transportation, I am telling you, you will have to take what you get. They didn't even consult with you. They didn't even have the respect to say, how is this going to affect the elderly who really needs a bus? The poor man is struggling enough already. They are struggling, and it is sickening and annoying at the same time that you can't even have respect for people to say, well, let's have a conversation about this. Because we came from that place where it was private before, and then Transport Board emerged. It was supposed to help the poor people. It was supposed to help us who have to get on the bus, who have very little. Did you mismanage that? What happened? These are things that I come to remind you. I come to remind St. Philip West, you have to be interested in what is happening in politics. You can't let things just slip by and you don't look into these things and these matters. You are citizens, so you have a right to know the tea. You have the right to know what is going on in the country. Right here in Barbados, right on our platform, we have discussed the high cost of living. We have tried, and we are still trying, to get the other side to understand that the high cost of living is a burden on the citizens. And so we said, look, remove that 17.5% value-added tax off of the food. A policy that will help people. A policy that will ease the cost of living. A policy that we're advocating for so that people feel as though they're not burdened every time they go to buy a chicken, a ham, food items from the market. Because all you are saying, and I understand, you've done some work more than Fondel would have done. I understand. And what we are trying to tell you here is, okay, you're going to say always that you did better, and it's always going to be a war between either the BLP or the Democratic Labour Party. But we are saying, hey, we deliberated and we've studied what is going on in the country. And you will come and you will say, well, I give them a 2% increase. And I've said before that the 21 cents is an insult. Because really and truly, my biggest message to you is what is your purchasing power. Because at the end of the day, it's always a ripple effect happening in this nation. Because from the time people hear, the businesses hear that there's an increase, then of course there's a ripple effect. Either they're going to cut your hours or they're going to recognize, well, hey, I could cut a brother or a sister or two. But at the end of the day, they are going to put the cost for the consumers to pay. They are going to ensure that they are the ones who don't feel burdened. I mean, looking out for the businesses too. Because when we implement this value-added tax, and we say this value-added tax, that we removing that 17.5%, that helps in that area. Because at the end of the day, we know that, look, if the cost of living high, just carry down the food now. Carry down the food so that the people could afford it. Take the VAT off. Offer the food. Too much failed promises. The Democratic Labour Party knows that it works, and they try to thief our ideas too. I ain't feeling for nobody tonight. We talk about it. We advocate for it. We have it documented. And we know that when we walk around in this nation, many people supported it. So when people were asking and saying, Karina, you're in the VAT war, I say, yes, we are not backing down from it. Because if we could write off $1 billion for the businesses, then you could implement this for the people of this nation to help the low class, to help the middle class. People in this country are struggling, and some are too ashamed to admit it. But I am walking about with a shame on my face. We need to advocate for change, and we need to open up our voices and request the things that we know will help this country to move forward in the right direction. Because it is us who feel the pain. It is us who feel the burden. It is us who have to pay the high bills in the market, both at the retail end and at the port. Why it is that the government can't just collect the 16% tax. When we introduce that tax at the ports, collect what is due to you there for the food. People always think that when you use a small fish, you can't swim in sea. Well, small fish can swim in sea too. All in there. Matter of fact, the fish got more respect for one another. Because even the small flying with the big, and they can live happy. I tell you, I went up crane, and I see the small fish with the big fish, and they're swimming together, because both know how to coexist and live with one another. So when you are looking as a Barbadian for policy, let them give you policies that will help the masses and not just a few people in this country. We want serious policy direction in this nation. Look at Scotland. Scotland recognized that a lot of the females in that country could not afford the tampons, could not afford the menstrual napkins. And they came together and they said how we could solve this issue. Let us ponder on this. And they came with legislation and said, you know what? Make sure that at all of these businesses and so on, that you have the tampons provided for free. They ensured that sanitary napkins for free. Women in this country are forgotten. Men don't get jealous. But women in this country are forgotten many of time. Because when it comes to the right legislation, I'm not hearing the conversations about these things. Only about punishment all the time. I am sure that in St. Philip West, there are women who are suffering from endometriosis. There are women who are struggling to even buy baby products. And yet we say we value our people. But there has not been any conversation for the women to say what legislation could be passed for the woman who is in so much pain and have to go to work with her menstrual cramp, and they don't want it to affect their profile at work. So we have to be thinking not just that these things that matter to people is some kind of personal issue, when we recognize that there are so many people that are still facing the same pains, the same problems. Why can't we have thinkers in government that would think about these things, not just announce that the HIV numbers have gone up and so many Barbadians may be acting promiscuous. And yes, the numbers gone up and we have to urge them and do the education. The education is good. But are you going to say that when they go to any shop in Barbados that they could get free condoms? What are you going to do to encourage them to change the behavior, to change the actions? We have to see health safety as a priority. We have to help people to secure their future. Everything is not just about the economy and about the money and punishing the people. Let's take a moment and talk about that 10th law once again. Because we know that it did not solve any crime issue. Because beginning of year, there has been crime and shooting. We Barbadians are afraid, and we are appealing to the government. We are appealing that if you don't know how to do the job, please step back and allow people to select us in friends of democracy, because we will not stand for the nonsense. And as much as people like to say that we might be just hot air, this ain't no hot air. Behind every hot air, even if it's a dog breath, there's some animal behind it. There's some roughness behind it. No hot air up in here. This ain't just about hot air. We are citizens of this nation. And we recognize that the crime is out of hand. It is no longer a place in our mind where we're saying that it's getting out of hand. It is getting out of hand. So if you're going to get the technology, the resources, and the drones, please do it and do it quickly. If you have to get the appropriate legislation in place, Please do it and do it quickly. All the mentorship. And you see, one must lead by example. Because if there's any question marks of any minister in government being involved in any crime, then you're going to lead the young ones astray. That is why you need the opposition to keep them in check. You need the opposition that when things are going wrong, there's going to be somebody that's going to stand up bold and say, Barbados, we are fighting for you. Barbados, we have come to represent you truly, not to take your money, not to just take the votes and then forget about you, not to just turn off the floor phone, but to come out and to truly represent people, to come out and to truly sit back and say, what can we do today to help this crime issue in the country? How can we help the youngsters? Every mother's pain I have felt. Every mother's pain. There was a shooting in Curtains. Employee shot. Shooting in St. Philip. This is Barbados. No, really. This is Barbados today. And I find that this type of behavior has risen over the last 10 years to a very high disturbing level. And we need to hear more conversations about it. We need to hear what is happening next. Many times you will have to see from the DPP office, somebody will have to come out and speak and say, well, this is really out of hand. So we are speaking from the Friends of Democracy. Because at the end of the day, I will hate to know that by the time I put down this microphone, another one gone. I was canvassing in St. Philip. And only a matter of time, as you left the area, you hear, bam, somebody was shot down. We have to help the ones who can't help themselves. We have to get the guns controlled. We have to get these guns out of this nation. Because what young people need is the opportunities. What they need is to really feel as though when you say that they have an increase or they have an opportunity, it is something that can truly benefit their lives and help them to survive before a lot of them continue to make the wrong choices in this nation. Too many are choosing the wrong roads. And this is why we need to keep these conversations going. Because crime now is scaring us. And we do not want this country to become like the other countries that have the high crime rates. I will call no country name because we know who they are. We are a very small little island. And we highly depend in this nation on tourism. And if we depend so highly on tourism, because obviously we haven't taken up agriculture to that high level where we can so survive off of the same produce that we have, we do a lot of importation. So when we rely on tourism in this nation, we have to ensure that people are not saying, well, I'm not going to Barbados. I can't go to that country because at the end of the day, when I go to that country, I don't know what's going to happen because a lot of tourists here get robbed. I'm going to tell you, read The Nation. Read Nation News. A lot of tourists here come under attack. And I know they will come back and they can bring the statistics. Because if a survey is done tomorrow in Barbados, you will see that a lot of Barbadians agree, let national security be a priority. You need representatives that are going to get in there and say, no, this is enough. Enough deaths for the year. Enough deaths for 2025. We need to have an answer for crime. We need to be having conversations and consultations about it. If we don't have the answer right now for it, then seek counsel from outside. Don't just fly outside and then don't have the right conversations. We need to keep the young people busy. Look at a man like Richard Stout. Bless his soul. He was my friend. And if you go on my Facebook, you will see him commenting all the time and wishing me the best. And seriously, I feel as though he was never honored enough in this country. Sometimes they wait too late. And we have musicians in this country that we could be doing more for. Why is it that Barbados don't have like a national big museum, yet still we have a huge pop star in this country? One of the biggest, known worldwide. We should got musicians in this country that are on such a high level, even could stand next to her. We need to push music and culture. Don't just honor the man when he's gone, but honor people like that who will come up with the right solutions and the right ideas to help Barbados, to help put $1 in the musician's pocket. So you will gather from what I'm saying is, yes, you may have the NCF and all that, but we need more for culture, more for respecting why we are called Barbadians. Look at the situation even at the hospital. I've traveled in St. Philip West, and you know what? So many residents are telling me that they have been waiting in line so long for their operations. I felt so bad for some of them, because at the end of the day, just hearing that you had to wait whole 3 years and 4 years just for an operation. And you know what is interesting? If you actually pay your money, you will see how quick you get them. Yeah, you will see how quick you get them. So I'm wondering if this government is trying to get us to privatize health too, just like the transport board. Because every time when all the taxpayers' money go into the hospital and people are waiting for operation and for proper health care, they're always on a wait list. That's somebody aunt, that's somebody grandmother, that's somebody brother, that's somebody sister, somebody friend, somebody uncle who's still on the wait list. And all you think about is changing the heads of the hospital, but no proper solution. You want the opposition to find all the solutions? Give us power. Give us the authority. And that could only come if you select us, because we are trying. And I'm trying to get you to think, are they trying to privatize the hospital? Because people only getting surgeries when they have enough money to pay. What about the poor people in this nation? And one of our policies we have been deliberating on is to say, look, there's a need for another hospital centrally located that provide all the services that people will need. It needs a hospital, or you need to go and fix up the one you have and have it managed properly so that people could get the health care. Health should be a priority in this nation. And I said it in my New Year's message. We must prioritize health. Politics should be serious business. This is no monkey sport. This is people's lives that we are managing. And we need to take it seriously. Because at the end of the day, the person who is on a wait list could be dead tomorrow. And pain is not easy. Pain makes a man angry. And sometimes it's not only the individual who's in pain, a lot of things are interrelated. Because when I see my mother suffering in pain, I too feel hurt. If you see your father in pain, you too feel hurt. And you want a solution. And for people that recognize that it will cost $10,000 for the operation or $15,000 and they really love their loved one, what do you think will cross those people's minds? They're going to say, how am I going to get the money? I was actually in a consultation with an individual who's in Dodds. He's up in prison. And you know what he said? And this is no attorney breach of practice, because you don't know the name, don't get too malicious. He said, look, I stabbed 17 times because my mother have cancer and there was nothing that could be done. And he said, what? This is Barbados, because this is what happens. We need to fix healthcare, and we are not saying that it is right for anybody to stab anyone. Not 17 times, not once. I was explaining to you that situation because I'm showing you how human mind works. When a person is desperate and their backs are against the wall, they make a lot of bad decisions. They make bad decisions, and that is why when you have the power to do something now. Do something for the people. Do something that Scotland can look into Barbados and say, they have done something for the people of the nation. They have fixed the long waiting lines at QEH. They have rectified the issue. Why 10 years pass, 15 years pass, we still here deliberating on how to fix the issue, and all of the taxpayers' money in there? This could be my mother, it could be my father, it could be my brother, it could be my sister. So you need to fix it. So stop criticizing friends of democracy. Every time we come up with a policy, it is, oh, how we will get the money. I hear them. How we will get the money. But yet still you will come up now and say, okay, Economic Diversification Growth Fund Bill, Act. So you could take the millions out of the consolidation fund and they back on it because we want to boost the economists only when we feel to, but when they have to do corrective action to say, we have a fear, we have a concern, nobody ain't want to hear them. Nobody ain't want to listen. So you could find the money. Prioritize for the foreign businesses. How would it benefit us? There are still many questions that we have that we don't have the answers for yet. And we want to know. St. Philip West wants to know. St. Philip West has questions, and I will answer them. You know, I was talking with a friend of mine, and what they said? They said there's two ways to win an election. Either you go a lot of big money, or you go walk off your foot. So let me talk to the residents of St. Philip West for a moment. Let me make an appeal to you. If you haven't met the young girl yet, believe me, I'm coming, because I want to hear from you. There are many bold persons in St. Philip West that are bold enough to come out with the truth. And I will never call them name or put their lives in jeopardy. But I know that they are in need of dire help. They are in need of people that are concerned about their mental health. They are in need of a people that are going to fight for them. And that is why we have to do it. Let me talk for a moment about the elderly, because we have policies for you. Don't let this be the same song that we're singing. A lot of pensioners here are feeling the burden. And the Friends of Democracy has the golden handshake for you. We recognize that, look, you have already contributed to the consolidation fund. You have already contributed to this nation. You have toiled, you have labored. There has to be something for you. So when you ask yourself, what is Friends of Democracy going to bring? We are saying, well, hey, don't tax the 67% of their pension. Give them an ease. Only tax the 33%. So that is our golden handshake to you. What's the sense of burdening you in your old age? This is time that you should be able to cock up your foot and relax outside and not have to worry so much about, oh Lord, let me see how much my pension could afford. You know, there are still pensioners in this nation that are paying rent. There are some pensioners in this country in St. Philip West that are alone. Hardly have anybody to go out and get food for them. We have to be worried about our brothers and sisters in this nation. We have to be worried about them to the point that we say, well, look, what can help them? What can ease a burden off of them? So we have that policy for the pensioners, because you're not hearing the government with these conversations. They are not coming out and talking about this, because everything is a tax and a what's for last. Everything is a money-grabbing business. We need to bring back Barbados to true democracy when it is all about the voice of the people. If we say, look, this party is social democratic, we ensuring that when we come and we are in leadership, that we are looking out for the people through policy, through legislation, that people could shout about and celebrate. What are we really celebrating in this country? To have fines, to have taxes, just for regulation purposes we exist? We do not only exist to be punished. We do not only exist to be punished. There are ideas that can help this nation. Look at the traffic and what happens on the mornings going to work. Check it out. I wonder sometimes what time does people really get to work sometimes on the morning? Because traffic back up around a lot of these roundabouts. And there's no solution as yet in place. No real solutions. And if there wasn't so much mismanagement when it comes to money and dealership with money, because we still ain't get transparency yet, so we don't know where the money was wasted or not, we will have the money to facilitate the flyovers. We will have money to implement the flyovers. Friends of democracy have been speaking about having a flyover policy. And the question again, they beg, where will you get the money? But you need an answer to the problem. When you are getting to work late, they are already going to have you known as a late bird. We don't want to be no late bird. We need serious solutions, resolutions. We need things that will help us as a nation. We need to be a productive nation. And to be a productive nation, then what is the solution? What is the problem with us having the flyovers, having the consultations and the conversations to get the flyovers in this country? Are you okay with an unproductive nation? Are you okay with the complaints about the traffic, the frustration on the road? How many lives do we have to hear about people rushing, hurrying on the road, death, road fatality? Somebody has to think for you. Somebody has to give you the answers and solutions and the proper suggestions. And that is why when the election bell rings, you have to really think. You have to really ask yourself, who am I going to select? Please do not just select based on party loyalists. You really can't just choose off of any party like that. Not off of no party loyalists that existed before that hasn't done the job properly yet. Give a new man a chance. Give Friends of Democracy that chance, not the wrong new man. Give Friends of Democracy the voice in Parliament to make decisions concerning the roads and the flyovers. Give them the chance to advocate on your behalf for the pensioners, for the elderly. Give them the chance to advocate and speak about matters that are hidden, things like the HIV, and having policies in place to help. Give them a chance to be in Parliament and be the voice speaking for women, to have a conversation about a work from home day and have a policy in place to protect you. A matter of fact, when you have the work from home day, less traffic on the road, do the right thing, stay home and do the work, my Barbadian people. and they like to talk about chihuahuas and pit bulls, will bark back at the bees. You want a person that's going to bark back in Parliament, not somebody that's going to push their back against the wall or to take a bribe and to smile and say, oh, once you like me, it's fine. I am not that type of girl. This is serious business. Give Friends of Democracy the chance. They have not pleased you, then excuse them. Give Friends of Democracy that chance to be the voice over the nation. Give them that chance to show you what they can bring to the table. Give them that chance to roll out the memorandum, the manifesto, the booklets, sharing information about us, show you even our constitution, whatever you want to see, because we have the structure, we have the constitution in place. This is no willy-nilly business. We have to stand for something. Some of you know, because I've heard it in the West too, that some of us, yes, we were part of the Democratic Labour Party, yes, and we are not boosting them, but we stand for something when we left George Street. We stand and we carry our dignity, and we recognize that government, we don't want all of that confusion with the nonsense that is going on. Just a fight for power, just a fight for leadership. That is not what we stand for. We stand as a voice for the people. We stand as a voice for the nation to bring about something that will change significantly that we could hear about tomorrow on the news. If you're not ready to work hard for Barbados, do not waste the Barbadians' time. Bajans have a lot of sense, and Bajans know in their hearts what type of leadership they want. So I appeal to Barbadians, when you see the money flying, do not let it manipulate you. Do not let it cause you to backtrack, because that temporary solution is not a permanent solution. And that temporary solution may be just for your one, but have empathy and remember your neighboring people. Remember why we exist. Read your history. Remember why I raised my flag in the beginning of speaking, because I know that you need true representation. St. Philip West, St. Philip North, St. Philip South. You need a representative that's going to see you on the front step, see you on the canvas, see you and see your problem. Not that 4 years pass and your problem is still there. Or no, they wouldn't even send out a letter, for God's sake. Not even a letter. And as a resident told me, even the bush that want cutting, something so simple is neglected. Bushy areas. And yet still they will want to pass a law and tell people, oh, if you don't clean up the you area, then there's a fine. But you promising people as a representative that, look, yes, when they get in, I will do this or that. And as a matter of fact, some are so loyal to the truth that they ain't gonna promise you nothing, because they know that when they get in, they ain't doing nothing neither. So they ain't no promise. They ain't no promise, because they know that, look, just give me the vote and watch me. And that is exactly what it is. This is a nation where we are telling people, look, put up or shut up. We are citizens. We have a right to speak. We have a right to demand answers where there are loopholes. And I can stick on this and talk for the whole night, because it is the truth. We demand the consultations. We demand the transparency. We demand to know what is happening with our money. And this is my message to you, to St. Philip, to do not forget the simulation exercise that caused many school children to run out of the school crying and being hurt. Don't forget it. Don't forget the fact that if the Prime Minister don't have enough confidence in her own minister, they will have to walk behind and not in front. She got sense. It's true. Because you're going to put them to walk behind. portrait the Bajans in front. That is what it is. People are tired of politics. People are tired of the same old rhetoric. The same old give me the vote and watch me. People are tired of it. People want substance. People want answers. People want respect. People want to be valued. And people want to be remembered. So many of our people are forgotten. We are being forgotten. And we should never get comfortable being forgotten in this country. Because why should we be forgotten when it is us who choose these people? Why should we be forgotten? We should never be forgotten. And I make an appeal again, because the youth are forgotten many a time. And that is why they have brain drain, where so many youngsters have to pick up and get on a flight and leave. Too much of that. I met some youngsters, and I don't want to forget them, because I tell them, look, once you talk to me, I'm going to remember. I ain't going to look up a paper and keep dipping my head like a dodgeball. They said, look, we need something for recreation. All of this time, went about there and can't even get the young people something for recreation up in here. All of this time, at Sunbury Road, still out there, crack up. All of this time, and the potholes, I think, out there, like if it's some kind of pool that you could jump in with 10 people. All of this time, these are things that I want you to think on. What have they done with all of this time? What have they done significantly? Because when the election bell ring, they're going to bring these conversations to you. And they will talk about the IMF. They're going to talk about the minimum wage. And they're going to carry these stories about all these things. But I want you to stand up for yourself. Stand up, Barbados. And look really at what did they do. Why did they not see you? What have you done significantly for me, for my brothers, for my sisters in the nation? What have you done that brought a significant change for St. Philip West? What have you done for the different constituencies that will make you have a right for somebody to choose you again? What have you seriously done? This is the message to Barbados. We need the groundbreaking legislation. We need something that is significantly changing our nation to push Barbados high on the map. We need you, Barbados, to rise up and to recognize when you're being cheated on. People only know about cheating when it is man or woman business, but you got to know about cheating too when it comes to governance, when you're being cheated, when you're being misled, when you're being tricked. And don't take it just like that, because we need your support. When you get tricked by them, we are giving you an option. And we are saying enough is enough. Right here from the Friends of Democracy, we have a lot loaded for you. There's a lot more that is going to be coming from us. And as I finish up, I want to tell you, Barbados, to look out for you, look out for yourself, and ensure that you make the right choices. Do not say yes to anything that you're not sure about. We are too wise as a people of this nation. We say no to injustice. We say no to injustice. We say no to mysteries without clarification. We say no to any government that cannot show us the figures and the reason why we should trust them. We say no to that type of governance. And we stand tall, and no matter whatever they send our way, we will continue to represent Barbados, and I will continue to represent St. Philip West until I walk off my shoe, until my foot hurt me. I will continue to walk to every area. So let them know that it's a real fight coming the next elections. So if you want to say I's a bad girl, well, you can say in a good way, but she's a good bad girl. Because I'm making sure that St. Philip West have a representative that is going to look out for them, and they don't have to wonder, but where my representative is, who my representative is. You need a voice in Parliament. You need the opposition. action in this nation, you need a person with empathy who cares, a person with integrity. You need somebody with a clean slate to walk up and help you when they walk up Parliament step. It is not just about the dress and the hot box seat. It is about styling for you, taking pride that I represent St. Philip West with passion. That is my message to you, St. Philip West, St. Philip North, St. Philip South. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Continue to come to our meetings. Continue to follow us. Continue to watch us spill the tea, because we are not stopping this action. We are here for you, and I am fighting for you. Have a good night, and God bless Barbados.
Give it up for our president. Give it up for our president. Oh my goodness. She ended on a bang. I told you that she was going to be powerful. I told you that she was going to be powerful tonight. Residents in Windsor, we thank you. We hope that you enjoyed this meeting. Everyone who came out tonight, I want to thank you for coming out. Thank you for choosing to be with us tonight. We have so many more meetings. This was just the first for the year. And I believe we have a next one coming next week. We will post it and we'll keep you updated. Just before you guys go, make sure that you support this bar too as well, Tipzy Taste, Tipzy Taste. We want to say thank you for welcoming us. Karine, she's going to be on the inside. There's still food and drinks for us to get, so make sure that you purchase something. And also, kindly just pack up the chairs. Before we go, just put them in a corner and make sure to mingle and have some fun. Thank you so much. And Barbados, we love you. See you soon.
F-O-O-D. I'm friends of democracy. Barbados 2026, we're forging our destiny. See, we rise as one. Hands to the work, the new day's begun. Voices of courage, hearts full of flame. We're building a future in the people's name.
From Christchurch to St. James Shore, we open the doors to so much more. From St. George Plains to St. Peter's Line, the call is clear.
The call.